Wait. Yeah, okay. I'm live on first. What's up, dude? Yo, what's going on with my chat? I'm multi-streaming right now, so like I went to the multi-stream chat and like Twitch isn't showing up, I don't think. Let's see. Check. Okay, yeah, my cool. My multi-stream chat is working. Yeah, we're on Kick, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, and we're on X right now too. I paid the $8 for the X subscription. And yep. Making sure all these show up in the multi-stream chat. Well, I'm paying, so that's why I like using Streamlabs OBS. Like, people give it a lot of shit, but they really did, like, they do bundle it with like crazy services and make it a way less of a headache to run and set up than OBS, because OBS is open source. So like, yeah, so I pay $28 a month right now for the Streamlabs OBS subscription. And what's cool is I only broadcast my stream once. I'm doing one stream broadcast out of my house to Streamlabs OBS's servers. And what I'm paying for the subscription is they then take the stream, you know, duplicate the output on their servers, and then send it off to all the individual platforms. But if you do, if you use baseline OBS to try to do multi-streaming, it literally is like your CPU is processing all 4 output streams. You know, yeah, and your bandwidth too. You're uploading from your PC, from your place directly to all 4 of those platforms. And it just eats up your CPU and shit. So once I did some research and found that out, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm definitely sticking with Streamlabs OBS, and I'm gonna try paying for the sub. It just eats up your CPU and shit. Okay, I can see YouTube. The last one we'll check is X. Yeah, check it out. That's awesome. Okay. I didn't even know you could stream on X, so I saw Summit was doing it. Yo, it's just, are you vibing a game engine and launcher? It sounds cool. Yep, dude. So my job ended. Our game got is sunset. You know, the last day of March, so just 5 days ago, it's sunset officially. We had to shut down the AWS servers that we were paying for. But my last day working and being paid to work was February 27th, actually. So the month of March, like, I spent 2 weeks just like recovering from all the work. I don't know if you're still here. We got hit with the ad break on Twitch. Yeah, okay. That's why I got that monitor. back, bro? Like yellow. Light needs to be brighter, I think. Well. Oh, you're back. Okay, cool. Yeah, dude, I want to set up a pie hole also. Dude, it's so insane how much shit you can do with AI now. It's so insane. Every single technical thing that was just annoying to set up and annoying to do, you know, you just mindlessly screenshot every step of the way. You're like, what do I do? Which option do I fucking pick on this Microsoft Azure portal, like permissions setup fucking page? You know what I mean? And I just keep screenshotting. I don't want to press the wrong button. I'm just like, dude, tell me what these options are. And it's like, go to this next page and do this thing. And then I go to the next page and it looks a little different than what it told me. And I just screenshot it again. And I'm like, here you go. And then it's like, oh, it looks like the options are a little different. Probably do this or do this one or whatever. And it does a web search, you know what I mean? And it's just like, oh, it's so nice, dude. Like, I spent 7 hours Thursday going back and forth with the AI off and on to set up the thing I was just rambling about. Is I set up certificate signing through Microsoft Azure for $10 a month for my game launcher, so that little Windows pop-up doesn't show up that, you know, warns you it could be a virus. And the only options you have is more info is the clickable text or like the don't run button. You know what I mean? So I was trying to solve that problem on Thursday, and holy shit, dude, the AI guided me through all these stupid settings and menus and error messages that I was getting from the Microsoft Azure site. It was able to figure out why I was getting an error message on their website from doing something in the wrong order and not doing a prerequisite that they have no mention of when you're setting shit up. Like, dude, it was insane. Making my own handheld console with Raspberry Pi that runs my own game. AI helped me through the way. Dude, that would take me hours to figure out without AI. Yeah. Dude, that's crazy. You're taking it as far as like making a handheld console with a Raspberry Pi to run your game. That's crazy, dude. What game is it? What level graphics is it? Dude, it sounds like you're getting equally as fucking cracked out on this thing right now. Are you using Claude Code or are you using Codex? And what level sub do you have? Using Claude? Word. Dude, that would take me hours. I knew nothing about electronics before. I render on the Linux terminal. Dude, that is amazing. That's awesome. He was at $100 a month, but now 20. I'm kind of in a similar bucket. I'm at 200 right now. I quickly spun up from 20 to 100 to 200 in the last 2 weeks. But I think I can pretty much build the bulk of everything in like 2 months with two $200 subs. You know what I mean? And then once a lot of stuff is kind of built out and stabilized, and has like a full CI/CD pipeline set up to automate a bunch of shit, then I feel the same way. Like I could actually go back down to the $20 sub for like a while, just being in maintenance mode. You know what I mean? Our render is only 50 kilobytes. A RAM, dude. What the hell? What level? What type of graphics is it? My Zig engine compiled down to 5 megabytes on the first executable that I made of it. Oh, it's pixel art. Okay. Yeah, I got 5 megabytes, but I have like a 15-kilometer wide continent that streams in, and like an ocean, and like just some basic 3D primitives though. Like there's not a lot of assets. I looked up how big a PlayStation 2 game was. I looked up how big like Kingdom Hearts 2 was on disc, because that's the same kind of fidelity and almost art style that I'm targeting. or the sequel to Puppet Masters, you know? Yeah, so that's kind of what I was aiming for. So with all that, it was an engine built with Zig. It came down to 5 megabytes. So that's why I was like, holy shit, if you're doing the same thing, like 3D open world stuff, and you got it down to 50 kilobytes, I was like, there's no way. Like, it was melting my brain, dude. I was like, dude, did he get a full 3D game down to 50 kilobytes? Yeah, dude, after, working at Notorious and using Unreal 5 to the fullest, like, limit, like, they pushed the art fidelity, like, really fucking far. It was like all those videos people made of, like, if World of Warcraft was made in Unreal 5, and they just, like, copy-pasted a bunch of Quixel Megascan shit. But like, we actually did it and made it good, you know what I mean? With custom assets and, like, crazy big looking fantasy trees and, like, the tessellation on the terrain and the density of the foliage and all that shit, dude. Like, they really pushed it on Eldegard, and that's the fidelity they wanted. And Unreal, I think, Unreal 5 is very good for that right now. They wouldn't have been able to pull off that art style if it wasn't for the tech in Unreal 5 with, like, Nanite and Lumen and stuff. So, and World Comp and the terrain tessellation that got added, which is a part of Nanite. You know what I mean? So it's like that art style, Unreal is great. But I saw, like, our tech artist, Sam from Puny Human. He's like a fucking wizard renderer programming person, you know what I mean? He's a super insane tech artist and rendering programmer. He had to move mountains and grind like crazy to get out of the box Unreal 5 to work well on, like, on a low-end spec machine and to run on the Steam Deck. You know what I mean? So, like, when I realized Puppet Masters 2, I've decided I was going to lock in on, like I said, like Kingdom Hearts 2 or, like, Luigi's Mansion, Super Mario Sunshine, like, level, like, poly count and, like, aesthetics, GameCube and PS2, like, graphics. When I decided I was going to cap it at that, I was like, I don't want to use Unreal 5 for this. I want to just make something, like, really minimal. As minimal as possible when we know we're going to be stuck at like early 2000s era graphics, but with the streaming open world tech, so far it's pretty sick, dude. And I'm also cherry picking and combining all my favorite workflows across Unity, Unreal, and Core. Like, the big one I took from Core that I implemented yesterday is the UI is editable just directly on the fucking viewport instead of in individual widgets like Unreal. Like, this is how you could edit the UI in Core. And, like, this one, see, like, the label, the number label here is, like, grouped underneath this one. So, like, you could stage your 3D scene with your models. And, like, I did this for the stage in Puppet Master. I staged the Puppet Master scene. And then I sat there and I dragged in images to kit bash the UI and place it the same way the fucking battle would be framed. Like, I went into battle and then I stopped and I paused the simulation there and, like, just started messing with the UI, dude, to, like, place it. It was so much better in Core. So I that's one example of how I'm literally combining Unreal Engine stuff with the best parts of Core, and some Unity concepts. Like, I don't have blueprints, I have just fucking prefabs like Unity. You know what I mean? Like, prefab just makes so much more sense to me as, like, the concept of just a group of objects, and they can be anything. You know what I mean? Blueprint's so weird. All right, anyways, let me read through all your chats, dude. Sorry, I was just ranting about it again. Pixel art, crazy. Sequel to Puppet Masters, yeah. I always knew I was gonna make it off of Core and then, like, release it on Steam, and the idea was make it with Unreal 5 and release it on Steam eventually. But after my experience in Notorious, I'm like, nope, I'm gonna make it with my own engine, no longer Unreal, and I'm gonna make my own launcher, and I'm gonna do a tier down like. I'm gonna let people pay me $200 if they really want to play it while I'm building it. But I'll give out a lot of discount. I'll give out a lot of free codes for alpha testers. But it's like if you really want in, like people can pay $200 for it, you know, directly off the store, and then it's gonna cook for like 2 or 3 years on the store. You know what I mean? Or on the Nuldrums exclusive launcher, and eventually I'll tier it down where beta will be like $100, and then when we're ready for full launch for like a $40 price tag, I'm gonna launch it on Steam. So I'm gonna get the wishlist page up, and I'm gonna try to get wishlist and, you know, early players via our direct launcher, and then we'll do a Steam launch like when I feel like there's enough people that like the game, there's enough fans of it out there where it'll make a little bit of a ripple when we do the Steam launch, and it's polished enough that it can survive the fucking storm of user reviews on Steam, dude, because Steam is such a shit show. That's the other reason why I want to make my own launcher, man, because I kind of feel like after working on Elderguard also, I feel like Steam has pros and cons, and it's definitely has a lot of cons that it almost equals the pros of Steam. So like I don't like it, especially with the state of the Steam charts right now and how much visibility people have into player counts, and like how much that like has skewed, and like it's kind of made games as a whole behave like other shit on the internet where the top 1% like take everything. And it's less democratized actually, and the snowball effect of like, well, all the cool kids are at this party, so I'm gonna go where the party is because I'm too much of a sheep and I can't think for myself critically, and I just want to like go where the crowd is. And if there's not enough people online for the multiplayer game, you know, I'm not even gonna try it. Like it sucks, even if it has ways to play it that don't require a lot of people. You can probably get something on a Pi. 512 megabyte of RAM is not a bad limit. Interesting. I'm sure that was an amazing learning experience. Yeah. Is that the dude who plays Bloons Tower Defense while coding? Who does that? Sounds so cool. Oh my god. Game dev had never been better on my understandable with Steam. Yeah. So that's the plan of Puppet Masters 2. Right now. It's gonna be a slow process. But we have an engine, and we have a continent that streams that's 15 kilometers across. We have enemies that run at us and attack us. These capsule stickmen are actually rigged with a skeleton underneath. So we have working like skeletal meshes. We have a day-night cycle. We have a skybox. We have like a water like shader, like I can go to the lake right now. I really can't tell if I'm sprinting. We gotta improve this. It's that EP again. It's good background noise. Yeah, I think once I'm done with the launcher and it's like functional, and I can actually like confidently say like, yeah, I have a real launcher. Like it's got binary diffing for the, like it auto updates itself all the time. I'm almost done fixing that issue. And then we have to set up the actual installation of the games. And then I need to set up binary diffing with game version updates. So you're not redownloading the whole thing. And then once I've got that stuff all working with the launcher, right now the login works, including with OAuth. I was trying to show the water shader that it wrote is pretty sick, dude. The skybox was a battle actually with it. It like actually fucked up the distance fog, and I spent hours. It was like, I don't understand what's wrong, and I had to tell it like, roll back to this checkout in GitHub. I'm gonna ask it if we can do anything about the jaggedness of the landscape. Yeah, I'll show you a little secret here. Okay, these files I did not include in the GitHub repo for legal reasons, but they're up for download on a website. But I got some Kingdom Hearts meshes here that I used so that I could set up, just being able to understand and interpolate an MTL file and compile all the textures together to apply them to the OBJ. So we can already, like that whole pipeline's working. Check it out. I need to spend some time, maybe today I'll do this. We're going to get the gizmo to work the exact same as like Unreal's, where it's like thicker, a little bit smaller. It shows through the models, it draws over top of them. Because right now, like if I go like this, I can't get to the left and right through the terrain. And then I want the little corners the exact same as Unreal on 2 axes for dragging in like a plane. You know what I mean? And then for scaling, we need the scale all at the center, like the same as Unreal. We need to add that. I've got all the hotkeys working. We've got the undo history working. I didn't realize, I didn't think about all this stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, you have to code in an undo history into an application. I forgot that's a thing. I pressed undo and I'm like, wait, that didn't work. When I first opened this thing up, oh shit. So then I was like, add a whole undo thing. What else we got? Here's our sky controller. Dude, everything's organized by controllers. That's how I would name things when I made Unity projects. I feel like Unreal's naming convention for game mode and game instance and player character and pawn and all that stuff is very confusing to me, not plain English. So I'm gonna name everything gameplay structure wise and game object structure wise is all gonna be named the same way I would name stuff in a Unity project. Yeah, dude. What else? So here's the world, the entity hierarchy. So the scene graph is set up with an ECS architecture under the hood, right? For performance reasons, I guess. Speed, the lookup times to find stuff in the scene is faster. I guess when you do ECS. If you've got more details about that, I'd be interested to hear. I feel like you might know. I vaguely know what it is. I just have known for years that, it's just the new, better way of doing things for speed. But I don't even understand, what was the previous way of doing things? Was it all nested trees and hierarchies or something like that you had to traverse and go up and down like a tree rather than the AI was telling me it's a flat array or something. It's how you're accessing objects and properties rather than tree traversal, I'm guessing. Standard using it in all game engines. It's basically just a hierarchy. Okay, yeah, I think it's just a performant way of representing a hierarchy internally in this storage in memory or something. And I think that old school methods required expensive tree traversal operations and loops or something and wasted cycles. That's my understanding so far about the purpose behind ECS. Yeah, I got shift selecting, right? Except this isn't working. So this is something else we can fix. I actually want a paper. I want my paper sketchbook on my table again for writing down notes about commands that I want to add to Claude or to do stuff, because I'm actually from looking at the agent management you know, panel here, my brain is actually like swimming a little bit, you know what I mean, from the digital screen shenanigans. And I had the thought the other day that I'm like, let me go grab it. I'll write down some of these stuff I'm seeing. Yo, so Wes, you know what I think makes people really OP at using AI right now? Voice chat note taker? Maybe. I feel like it etches things into my memory if I write it though too. Like it makes me less likely to forget about it later. Dude, I think being a QA tester, bro. I think being a QA tester makes you better at getting good results out of AI also. Like a thorough QA tester. You know what I mean? Because you can pick up, like, you're like, hey, I did this thing in this order and that thing in this order, and these two things were interconnected. Like when I changed this thing, this other thing changed, whatever. And you tell it that, and it's like, okay, but you have this like attunement to the exact details of the way the situation played out and what was interconnected, right? And then you tell it that, then it tries to fix it. And if it doesn't fix it, you know, and you open it back up, and the behavior is like slightly fixed, but just slightly different, and you know that because you did a very thorough job QA testing the change, then you come back and you tell it, like, you know, here's the delta. Here's the difference between the way the bug happened before you made your change. Here's the difference to the way the bug is happening now after you made your change. And it can be very subtle, but anything at all is enough of a clue for the AI to like kind of knock it out on the next bug fix attempt. You know what I mean? Like, you do a good job at repro steps. Yeah, like if you can give detailed repro steps, then pick up on if those repro steps have just altered even slightly from it attempting to fix a bug, and you like specify what it is to it, then it immediately can work backwards and be like, oh, that must mean that this change I made is working, but not this part, you know? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, let me go grab my sketchbook real quick. So yeah, some other stuff I can shift select, and then I can right click them, and I can duplicate. You know, I can duplicate. I can alt drag just like Unreal to duplicate. Boom. Boom. Look at that. And we got a little army. I can grab both of these. I can deselect. I can grab both. I can delete. I can grab both, and I can make a prefab. And I choose what folder I'm going to save the prefab in. And the prefab has some bugs right now, though, so it's not quite working. I don't want to save this one, though, because these are the borderline illegal models. I don't want them saved anywhere else in the project. I'm going to replace these guys soon. I am not sure how to get AI to make clean, box-modeled, simple things like this. I have some theories about how I can approach it, though. I have some theories. I might be able to blend Meshy with my own in-engine prompt modeling tool. Yeah, check this out. I made a whole new screen. So this engine's built like AI first. So the AI has CLI commands. Look, it made a dinosaur. Oh shit! I gotta export this quick before it erases it. All right, I got it. It's gonna reset here in a second. Takes a little while to boot up. There it is. So this is a built-in prompt window, and it uses your subscription Claude tokens with the CLI, and it resets this temporary OBJ that it's writing out to constantly, so you can prompt it. It takes a little while though. You can prompt it like, make a cat, and Claude itself will just literally try to make a cat using straight up just vertice coordinates in an OBJ file. And then you can reset the model. You can reset the view here. We've got a wireframe view. We've got a vertice view so that you can model through prompting by specifying vertices and like vertice groups and telling it to like subdivide them or move them around or something, you know? What's up, Hugh? Great slop. Yes, this is supreme. The most supreme of slop, making an entire fucking game engine. Yeah, I'm gonna make a sound generation studio as well through peer prompting inside of the engine with web audio API, because I learned from making web apps, it can write out audio with the web audio API, and then it can also bake it into like a WAV file or an OGG. Yeah, what else? We've got terrain modeling or terrain sculpting working too. Strength is way low. We've got the hold shift for it to do reductive, doing the lower. So you don't have to keep like flipping it. Same as Unreal, right? So hold shift and it depresses it. We can smooth. Oh, the smooth is breaking. Yeah, where's my notepad? The paint. Wow. We can paint dirt. We can paint rocks so far. Today we're gonna add foliage. We're gonna have foliage be auto applied to the grass layer. I have a whole like research agent here that looked into it. I was reading the report. It's suggesting something interesting. I'm gonna go look at some. I told it PlayStation 2 graphics, so yeah, we got the terrain tools. Select mode. Oh, and then I like that in the hierarchy here for the 3D objects, we made the UI as a separate hierarchy. For me, if I want to go into like editing UI stuff on the viewport. Whew, okay, anyways. So that's the whole game engine. That's where it's at so far. Is Null Engine on here? No. One thing I learned with personal projects, automated end-to-end testing. After that, I never crash. Yeah, dude. Yep. Yeah, that's what I figured out as well. Was I saw it do it like once on its own, where because it has Windows MCP access and can spin up the processes and like stop them itself. I saw it do that once where it spun it up, and then we got hit with ads on Twitch. Let me get my notepad. I actually want the other sketchbook. All right, I got my notepad. Yeah, I saw you were on the ad break. Yeah, I was gonna say I figured that out as well. I saw Claude accidentally like do the end-to-end testing on its own, and then I bundled it in a slash command called fix. Sleep soon, you have work in the AM. I wanted to say super tasty work on a project like this. Excited for you to do the AI pre-AI experience. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, man. All right. You're stopping by, dude. Yeah, the launcher I'll have to show you next time you're around. It's got some more work to do, but it'll be running. It's on the website already, but it'll be like way better in a week or two. It's pretty crazy, dude. All right, you guys. Let me write down a whole shitload of bugs we just found. QA testing the engine. The engine's a big project, so of course we're gonna have a ton of bugs. You hyped for it? Screw anything? All right, dude. Probably. I've had a weird this whole week, dude. I hang out with lots of people in Discords and stuff. I've been like a Discord ambassador. I've hung out with like 20 to 30 different people in just the last week. So yeah, dude, probably. It's been really fun living in the virtual realm all the time again. All right, guys, let me write down some of the bugs we saw. So okay, so engine bugs. Oh no, what happened to Trickery? There he goes. Alright, you guys. I'm writing down a bunch of bugs that we ran into, so let's see. I don't think I saw that many other bugs. Oh, the terrain. What else are we missing? Ho-hum. Okay. What other bugs did I run into? The smoothing tool in the terrain. Oh, we gotta do the gizmo fixes. All right, you guys. We're gonna start grinding now. I was doing a little, that was a little bit of a warm up and a warm up and like an overview of what was going on so far. Let's go get a screenshot for the AI. Oh, we need scroll wheel to increase a camera fly speed multiplier, just like Unreal. Okay, we need that. Let's go screenshot these jagged edges on the terrain. I think it could do something in like the I think it could do something maybe in the fragment shader or interpolating the edges on the terrain. Oh, right. We're going to add a global post-process of volumes today as well. For color grading and for applying a custom shader. Across the whole screen. I'm going to experiment with having a toon shader for the game. I don't think I'm going to like it, but I want to try it. We need the equivalent of a world map tab on the scene hierarchy. Kind of like the world composition editor. Do his drops. Aw. I love this drop, dude. It's so good. Okay. I'm gonna run it back. Does this work?
What makes a guy a jazz singer? What makes a man, what makes a woman a jazz singer as opposed to just a good pop singer?
Well, again, we go right back to interpretation and sound. Let me demonstrate, man.
All right, this. We're gonna ask her to fix this.
What makes a guy a jazz singer? What makes a man, what makes a woman a jazz singer as opposed to just a good pop singer?
Well, again, we go right back to interpretation and sound. Let me demonstrate, man.
What makes a guy a jazz singer? What makes a man, what makes a woman a jazz singer as opposed to just a good pop singer?
Well, again, we go right back to interpretation and sound. I think there is a kind of vibrato, like approach to singing folks that makes people. Let me demonstrate, man. Standard pop singers, because they have a throwaway quality to their voice. I think that a jazz singer, to really be a jazz singer, should be basically a musician and should be capable of improvising around any given melody. I don't say that this is, it's like a flyer. You don't always have to do barrel rolls through the air, but it's nice to know that you can do them, that you're capable of doing them, and you're in control of the other.
Oh, I messed everything up. I didn't mean to close that panel. That was dangerous. Okay, that's the important chat. Okay, so This guy can go to the launcher. All right, that album was Outbreak by Vector. It is a wonderful album. I'm going to listen to some crazy shit for a minute, you guys. We're going to listen to some Crisby Chris. I haven't listened to him in a while. He's got some very edgy, crazy stuff. We got ADHD around here, so we listen to intense music, and it actually helps with focus. Let me find Crisby Chris. Let's listen all the way through his albums. All right, this is going to be my first time today trying to manage two quads that are working on the same project. I'm going to have two of them work on the game engine. We'll see what happens. It could get kind of messed up, potentially. But, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, do we need more on the UI stuff? Let's see. Okay, good. We still got that in the clipboard. Let's go over here. Okay, so here's what we're trying to do for the first time. I made fresh clods because I wanted to load specific parts of the game engine into their memory separately. So they're working on two different parts. I've never tried to split up two clods working on the same project before, but I guess people do it all the time. So this guy, we just filled in on the renderer. This guy, we just filled in on the editor. So this guy, we're going to say We're gonna split this guy. Let me look at the list here of bugs that I have to fix. Now I'm gonna figure out how to split these tasks up in ways where I don't think they will be overwriting their files too much. You know what I mean? We'll leave the auto build on. All right, we'll try talking to the AI a little bit more. This one I had to get very technical with. So this guy is now working on fixing the jagged terrain, because my reasoning in my head, and this might be a terrible idea, I've never made a game engine before, right? So I've got no fucking clue what I'm doing. But my thinking is that you have vertex shaders and you have fragment shaders. What's up, Judas? Trickery on number 1. Oh, we got hit with Twitch ads. I'll ramble in a moment. Does this Claude have... This Claude has access to the launcher and the website. I literally only need 2 Claudes right now, man. We're just doing the launcher and the game engine. Like, the launcher fused with the website. And the, yeah, we need... I don't need this Claude for anything. I just want to keep it just in case there's something else that pops into my head. But we're going to juggle 2 of them working on the game engine, and we're going to juggle 1 of them working on linking up both the website and the launcher to get the auto updater process working. So that one's a little bit of a struggle. I really think I can only focus on 3 Claudes today. All right, I love Crispy Chris, but like, I was digging the music, and then now I'm like, I want to listen to something chiller. Yeah, we're mostly gonna listen to chill music tonight, you guys. We'll listen to like some Suno. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. Oh yes, dude. We gotta burn through like 2,000 Suno credits tonight. Yeah, we'll listen to some Suno because I'm streaming on YouTube tonight, you guys. So we're gonna listen to a bunch of AI generated music and find some gems in it, because it's just like the video, it's just like the art stuff. 1 out of every 5 to 10 tracks is like pretty good actually, and something I could listen to a lot. We're gonna burn all these credits, dude. All right, you guys. So here's my thinking on the terrain. You have vertex shaders and you have pixel shaders. The vertex shader is telling it how to orient, basically color information between vertices for every triangle, right? And to display those RGB values between those triangles on, like, you know, as represent them as like a gradient or whatever, where the rules are for how it's like split up, you are taking in the base color that's painted, as well as a bunch of calculations about what the hell the lighting is doing onto that triangle. So the vertex shader, I'm pretty sure that's mainly what it handles. And then the pixel shader goes pixel by pixel, left to right, top to bottom, basically, and identifies things that should be different. So I think somehow there's some combination of shaders, pixel or vertex shaders, fragment or vertex shaders, either one. There's some combination that should let us, like, under the hood, the geometry is represented the way that it is right now. But visually, it just looks like a straight line drawn across all these corners, you know? So let's see what these two guys have to say. So that's what this guy is fixing. He's also adding a post-process volume system, which we need for going into POIs, as well as globally. I want to experiment with a tune shader being applied to the game. So this guy's our rendering engineer today. This guy over here, I'm going to use him to fix a lot of quality of life bugs for the actual, like, editor experience while I'm, like, using it. So stuff like scroll wheel increasing the camera fly speed in the scene, and having the transform position be averaged out between objects that are group selected or part of a prefab. Anyways, that's my out loud explanation of what we're doing, because as I talked about it out loud, it's helping me plan how to break the work up between these two guys as I'm thinking about what their jobs are, you know? Oh, right. Let's use the microphone some more today, see if we can be faster. We have a lot of quality of life bugs to work on in the editor. The first one is when we group select objects, we need the transform, rotate, or scale gizmo to appear at the average midpoint transform between them. And then we need all three gizmos to affect all entities that have been group selected or that are a part of a prefab. For the prefab, we should only be seeing the group movement gizmos if we have the parent object of the prefab selected in the hierarchy. If we have the children selected, then we should be able to move their position around directly within their relative position within the prefab. Also, we need to render the gizmo handles in front of all meshes in the scene. Thanks. Yeah, see, it like missed words. It missed words, and it's got some typos and stuff. All right, time to read reports. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it needs a post-process anti-aliasing, and that's what I was asking it for. It's basically a pixel shader that just makes the terrain coastline look less jaggedy to me. What are we listening to right now? I don't like that song. I asked for experimental trance from Suno. Let's see what we get. Between 100 BPM and 132 BPM. We're just full on, like, immersed in the slop right now, dude. Binging Suno music so we don't get copyright struck on YouTube. Generating slop code I haven't seen a single line of. Making slop art and videos. But all that matters is the vibes. We got one random thing of hot ladies here. I said octane render, photorealistic, porcelain suit. I was trying to get like not real people. I was trying to get like they were made out of a tea kettle. Because there's this guy that does that art style on Instagram and it's really sick. And I was like, did he just prompt that? And no, he did not just prompt it. It looks like he had to do some work to get it to do the style that he consistently puts out. This one's going in my crazy AI art folder. Which I can never fucking find that folder, dude. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions. I am not saying much because, like, dude, like, we're just vibing. This is a lot to keep in your head of like what all these guys are doing, because these are some complex projects. Gizmo grew midpoint. The Gizmo Center is now computed as the average position. Well, this song's pretty sick, actually. It's a vibe. All right, we have to open up the Cloudflare dashboard, and I have to change the TTL time on the repo that the launcher file installer sits in, so that it doesn't cache for 30 days. So if I push an update, then oh, it's just crazy, dude. All this shit is insane. It's just insane. Caching. keep eligible for cache selected. This is what I'm having to do right now, you guys. We're having to change settings on Cloudflare. Super exciting. Oh. Keeps like adding some. Let me turn off instrumental and see what we get. Yo, how are you guys doing? I'm being very boring right now, but that's because, like, this is my first time trying to juggle two guys working on the game engine at the same time. But I have to figure out how to do it because it's going to scale into being something so massive. And there's going to be a lot of pieces of it that don't really touch, don't interfere with each other. All right, let's see if we can get this guy. Bro, Suno's crushing it. This is a sick prompt to give it. Experimental trance music that goes as low as 100 BPM. We're gonna listen to what Suno produced with this same prompt, but with vocals allowed. Man. Yo, I killed it on this thing. Yo, what's up? Sorry, the stream's gonna be really laggy. Yo, let's see if I can keep Unreal open, but then it not lag too hard if I go to a blueprint like that. Yo, it's going good, Jiggy. I've got 2 different agents working on it at once right now. Yeah, I'm juggling 2 guys on the game engine right now at once, which is new. I've never tried to have 2 agents work on the same project, but I think it's expanding enough that I can start dabbling in this. Yep. This is Null Engine. I'm combining all my favorite like little features and workflows and quirks of Unity, Unreal, and Core all in one engine. Holy shit, it did it, dude. Oh my god, it solved the aliasing on the it almost solved the aliasing on the terrain. It improved it immensely. Let's go see. I don't think we did a build, actually. It doesn't look any different. We're trying to add anti-aliasing, basically, to sharp ridges in the terrain. Yeah, it's a 15-kilometer wide continent with an ocean and stuff and lakes on it, and it streams. We're gonna add a foliage system today. We have it. It can use skeletal meshes and play animations. It's got an animation state machine. Man, a lot of them start getting vocally at the end, and then it just cuts off. It's because I think I did instrumental. It wants to rip on adding vocals to all these songs. We're listening to Suno Trance Slop right now, so that we can stream safely on YouTube. It's pretty nice, though, actually. It's very good background music. Okay, we gotta wait for this guy. So this guy's working on quality of life improvements in the editor. We're trying to get the editor feature parity for navigating the scene. We're trying to have feature parity with Unreal for all the main like hotkeys and stuff that I like to use when I'm navigating the scene. And prefabs and stuff. So this guy's doing quality of life improvements for actually using the editor as a person. This guy is doing rendering improvements to make the terrain not look so jaggedy. He built a whole post-processing system in the rendering pipeline, so we can have post-process volumes now for doing color grading when you walk into POIs and stuff, just like Puppet Masters had. And eventually, this guy over here is going to add a whole foliage system to the terrain tonight as well. So I started a research agent for the terrain system over here. I told it, hey, we're doing PlayStation 2 graphics, whatever. Look into the techniques that were used during the time of PlayStation 2. And factor that into what we do for the foliage, but we want to push the density of the foliage to be much higher than a typical PlayStation 2 game during that era, just a little bit, with modern techniques if there is any. So it looked into different stuff. It said you can do billboarding, you can do all this thing. It's suggesting like a star placement for the grass. So each one's like 3 instances of the grass, like in like a star pattern. We'll see what that looks like. I think it could look kind of shitty, but who knows? So we did all the foliage planning here with this guy, and I gave him a UE5 reference. So this is my scene in Unreal, and I said, like, we're basically trying to remake this, but, you know, keeping in mind that we're toning it down to PlayStation 2 graphics. So I'm like, now build out the plan for a team of agents to architect it and build what we need for a foliage system, based on this screenshot, but thinking about how it would translate to PlayStation 2 using the star pattern method that it gave me. The next piece, so it has a plan, but the next piece I'm going to add on to refining the plan before we deploy it for the foliage system is I'm gonna feed it screenshots of what the foliage layer editing looks like in the terrain editing tool in Unreal, and ask it to tack that onto the plan also, so that I can sit there and edit grass layers myself in the editor, the same way that I do if I'm trying to build a scene in Unreal. So yeah, so foliage is going to be another huge chunk today. Once we do bug fixes with these two guys, they're pretty much doing bug fixes and quality of life improvements. We're almost at a very usable point. I added the whole UI editor tools to this thing, to the engine yesterday too, and I made them very similar to Core. It's gonna be sweet. I basically asked this guy, fed it screenshots of our current, it's very similar to Core. Oh, really? How so? What do you like about it, Jiggy? The big thing for me that I kind of lifted from Core conceptually, and it's just a no-brainer. Oh, you might be in ads. Oh, as in the games all exist within SNbox, same way as Core. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a UGC platform. That's what those are called. Roblox, Core, Fortnite Creative, SNbox. They are UGC platforms. So the benefit the downside you get is you have a smaller audience than like releasing to Steam or something, right? Directly. And you can't port over to console and stuff yourself or mobile or whatever. So yeah, but the benefit is the users get a frictionless experience for, like, they get the metaverse experience on UGC platforms where they get to just like hop from game to game to game to game to game to game. They don't have to leave the bigger thing. So yeah, what I lifted from Core is this: I can edit the UI straight up on my viewport and lay things out the way I actually want them with like a mock-up scene in the background. This is how you edit UI in Core. In Unreal, you have to make all these separate widgets, and you can't fucking picture like what the widgets are actually going to look like in the context of the game running. It's super annoying. So yeah, so I took this from Core, that we can just like literally free form edit UI directly over the scene view without going to a separate screen. And UI to me is so important as being something I can swap around and edit in different times that I'm in the content, that I even added it as a separate pane here, a separate pane with the scene hierarchy. So we're gonna have both the scene hierarchy and the UI hierarchy like side by side at all times. And then I'm going to add a tab here for world map so I can navigate the whole world quickly. Yeah, I'm making the slickest editor ever. That's just like all of my favorite highlights from all the engines I've used. And it's going to be so fun to use. It's going to be like a dream compared to Unreal, you know? You can publish standalone if you want to with SMBox, which is where they kind of break the mold a bit. Oh, that's pretty cool. That is new. That's different. All right, we're gonna go cherry pick another feature from Core that I was told is very hard to do in Unreal, and it's an impressive thing that they did it in Core. Yo, what's the feature? What feature? We gotta test a bunch of stuff right now. I need it to add collision volumes next. Oh, the core one that we're about to grab. Yeah, I'll show you. Damn, it's still ripping on this music, dude. Oh, I took instrumental off. I didn't ask for no instrumental or no vocals, but it still went with no vocals on these. All right, this is it. This right here. I mean, that should only be showing if I have it selected. It's really stupid. I don't know why it is showing all the time. Ooh, I like Core's gizmos more, dude. Oh, I forgot how sick Core's gizmos are. Yo, dude. This is way better. I don't know what the global one's gonna do for you. Oh, it's just whatever angle you're at. Dude, they crush it. Oh, this one's way bigger, way better. Uh-oh. We might have to change our gizmo styling around a little bit. Do what Manticore did. I like this. They were a very talented team that put this together. Anyways, so what Core can do is collision volumes. Screen's not eyes, somebody's in it. Where is it? Object. Create gameplay object. Create. Dude. Oh, trigger. They called it a trigger. It's the thing that like brings it to me on the camera, dude. Thought I could right click here and tell it to come to me on the camera. Can't remember how to do that. Focus selected. I thought there's something here that lets it teleport to where your camera is located. Maybe that's an Unreal. That's another thing we need. Anyways, so check this out. So if we hit F and we go focus this, boom, look, this is a collision volume. They called it a trigger volume. But it's a collision volume, right? It's a collider or collision volume. So you step inside and something happens. You step outside and something happens, right? But what they did that Unreal, you can't do in Unreal without a bunch of work, because Core's a customized modded version of Unreal. What they did is this awesome shader for the collision volumes that shows through, because like in Unreal, you're literally by default with default Unreal, it's so stupid, you're stuck with like a wireframe, and you're looking at this like massive wireframe sometimes, and you're like, dude, what the like, where does this thing start? Where does it end? And you literally can't tell because it's a skinny little wireframe. But they came up with this awesome like ghost box, ghost wall effect in Core. And I showed it to our technical artist at work, and he said it's pretty difficult to do this in Unreal. But I actually have pretty high confidence in AI's ability to just take this screenshot, and because it knows my rendering pipeline in and out, and it wrote all of it itself, so its weights and its model can understand it pretty well, I'm pretty sure we could get it to do this effect. Yeah. But what I want is editor indicator visibility collision force on. I want the ability to have a little checkbox for, because they added this in Core and I hated it at first because I was like, dude, I can't see shit. I can't tell what's going on. It's so confusing. Then I loved it, and then I wish I had a way to toggle it back down to wireframe. So got this. You know what else we're going to bake into this collision pattern is we're going to bake in a common gameplay pattern that I constantly have to implement for collision stuff, where we have some kind of effects or something that need to apply when you enter, and then they absolutely need to get removed when you leave. And that's a pattern for gameplay that we had to constantly rebuild over and over and over and over again in Eldegard for all the AoE attacks and shit. So I'm gonna have that as a baked in behavior for all collision objects, or at least have it set up there for editing. Maybe on the quality life for the wireframe previews to have diagonal line going from corner to corner and an X for each face. Maybe. But yeah, the Unreal one is just useless for like, is particularly useless for large volumes, like the death pits in Morthog's Lair. Yeah, that shit's pissing me off a lot too, yeah, dude. All right, let's see if it managed to do anything about the terrain. Yeah, so like this doesn't look as bumpy, but this would have been super edgy. If it wasn't for what it's done on the LODs.
For the night.
Yeah, so texture by apologies, man. Oh, it did that. It did that on its own when I told it to make a continent. It did that on its own. It added the automatically added the variable height. Did I close out Unreal in Core? The performance got way worse with this Terrain OD system. It needs some work. Okay, what was the other thing we added? Oh yeah, this is our new look. Woo, this works. Oh my god. Dude, if you just give it all the specifics, what the hell? This looks way better. Oh my god, look at that. That's insane, dude.
I don't wanna be yours. I never wanna feel slow. I don't wanna be those, but I don't wanna be yours. I've picked the faces trying to be you know.
What was the other thing I asked this thing to do? Or we need to see if it's working. We got our new gizmo that's much better. We gotta work on the perf. AI like vibe coded an entire dynamic terrain chunk LOD loading system, and it's like horrible on the performance. But that's the first shot. It'll get better the more I iterate. All right, we're generating some experiments. Experimental trance music, 100 to 132 BPM, because it sounds like we're getting some very interesting results with that so far for Suno. And then I asked for, because that last song had male vocals, I asked for dreamy female vocals for one. So we're going to do dreamy female vocals. Then another one I asked for cute anime girl vocals in Japanese, then Chinese, then Korean. So we're going to get the stereotypical European dreamy female trance vocals. Then we're going to get like anime, Japanese, Chinese, Korean all in a row. We'll review these in a moment. That's going to be super interesting. Whoa, I like this one. That's cool. I did the vocals like riding up with the beat. Did it have slope textures by default? Oh yeah, this is built in. Yeah, I have a player controller too. I just call it character. Or I call it player. I just call it player. I've got player and I've got NPC. I kept it really simple. And then at the top, those are both characters. Let's open up core. All right, we're building a whole profiler system now because we've hit a point where I asked it to build a pretty massive feature, landscape LODs, and able to profile our own frame draw times now, like you do in Unreal when you're trying to get the performance improved, because we need to give the AI the tools for it to debug itself on how to fix the performance issues that we've now created with the landscape LOD, and it needs to figure out how to reconcile the landscape LOD changes with the performance and make it more and more performant, but keep the anti-aliasing that we have on sharp ridges in the landscape. And it can't do that by me just telling it, hey, the performance is now bad on the landscape LOD system. Can you just fix it? It's not going to be specific enough. It's just going to take random shots of like, oh, maybe if I like tune down this parameter, it might be more performant, but it could ruin the fidelity at the same time. So, and it's not going to keep a very detailed log or have something to check against when it's improving the performance. So, I'm going to lag the fuck out once this starts running, just FYI. All right. We're not getting a lot of vocals. This is definitely an anime. girl vibes. It's okay. It's like too cutesy for me. I might take the word cute off. It's a little too high pitch. It's still pretty fucking cool though. I'm not in the mood for this. This is too cutesy. I wanted to see what it would give us though on Suno. I'm gonna try to take the word cute off and see if we get a little bit less high pitched. And I wanted to see if Korean, Chinese, or Japanese sounds cooler, and then we're gonna try to generate experimental trance music fused with IDM, with anime girl vocals singing. But I took the word cute out, so it's not as high pitched, hopefully. It can't do it, dude. It lost trance when I said anime girl. It wanted to give us like, this is a little bit trancey. Sorry, we're fucking around with Suno at the same time right now. Here it is when I pause and select an individual frame. Here it is on Pulse version. All right, we're gonna make a performance profiler so we can create a debug feedback loop for the AI itself, for the rendering engineer, to improve the frame rate iteratively whenever we need to, which we need after this terrain smoothing system and after this foliage system goes in. This is okay. This is not that great. I don't like the anime girl trance. It's not working out. We tried. I'll try one more. It's a lot of singing. Like there's no break. Dude, this is not like normal trance. This is like future pop. It's too cutesy. Okay, we tried. I think if you put the word cute in there, it gets too high pitched, the anime. Now let's check experimental trance music, but we explicitly asked for female vocals, but we didn't say anime. So I said dreamy. So instead we should get like Norwegian, European type stereotypical trance vocals.
Rooms melt away, your shape and a shadow and nothing at all. I chase your hands through a hallway of echoes. Every door leads me back to the start of the fall. Liminal dream walk, you pull me through the soft divide. Half awake, half gone, I'm floating on your quiet tide. Liminal dream walk, you touch my me scattered to dust. You say stay, but your voice comes in colors, paints my chest with the flicker of fever and trust. Ooh, liminal dream walk. You pull me through the soft divide, half awake, half gone. I'm floating on your quiet tide. Liminal dream walk. You touch my pulse and bend the time. If I open my eyes, will I lose you?
Yeah, dude. My game engine's gonna work better than Unreal for world composition. That's the other thing that's the other reason why I made this, because I kept hearing from people that Unreal is like meant to be instance-based levels, and at its core, the way the engine's built, it's pretty messed up for trying to have a large open world. And other game engines that were built from scratch, knowing you're gonna have an open world, are way better at both the editing process for the level designers and performance. Okay, so this guy's building a level profile or a frame profiler. Similar to Unreal's. I gave it screenshots of both Unreal and Core's frame profilers so it could come up with some ideas. And once we have a profiler, we're gonna try to run it. I'm gonna have it add a bunch of tests and review code for sure when it finishes this. But then we're gonna try to run the game, and I'm gonna just fly around in the scene view, and it needs to profile me just running around the scene view, so it can see like, holy shit, like it's super choppy right now, and the frame and time is terrible because of the landscape LOD system. So I want it to be able to dig for it itself to dig into the frame profile and figure out how to reconcile the frame profile with the landscape LOD system.
Velvet dark, skin on stars, drifting. Lose my name in the slow blue spiral. Rooms melt away your shape in the shadow, then nothing at all. I chase your hands through a hallway of echoes. Every door leads me back to the start of the fall. Liminal dream walk. You pull me through the soft divide, half awake.
All right, asking for vocals on Suno is too much for me. We don't get like any mental break from it. It's never like a chorus and then like a minute of breakdown. It's like unrelenting vocals. So we're gonna stick to having the instrumental box checked.
잠잠한 오는 새벽 모니터 빛 속에 난 버퍼링 같은 하루 멈춘 프레임 속에 스탠바이 손자 요정의 신호 깜빡이는 나를 불러.
This is kind of sick, actually. We asked it to do a fusion of IDM and trance. with the anime vocals, but I took out the word cute, and it's significantly less high pitched on the vocals. Okay,
지워지는 알림 쌓여가는 댓글 클릭 한 번의 번역 네 말투는 조금
I'm gonna lag out like crazy. We're about to open Unreal. I gotta give it a screenshot of what the terrain editor tools look like. What? Damn it, I just lost it. Oh, the crash just overrode my screenshot in the clipboard. I gotta open the project again. This isn't bad. I don't mind the anime girl vocals on Suno when we took out the word cute and just said anime girl. It's like at a good register. That's a little more like dreamy. Less super cutesy. I'm gonna ask it to try to give some pauses from the vocals. So I'm going to explicitly ask Suno, give some moments where we get a break from the vocals. All right, we're gonna push the work that this guy just did on some on a world map for me to navigate the editor. We're gonna run a build, and then this guy's gonna build the profiler. We're gonna run a build. So GitHub will be up to date. We'll run a build because this guy's gonna be touching a lot of pieces of the engine, so he needs to work in solo by himself. And this guy needs to just chill out for a moment and not touch anything in the engine while this guy's trying to build a profiler system. Okay, so... All right, this guy's building us an entire frame profiler. and then we'll need a sound and audio profiler one day, and we will need a networking profiler one day when we add multiplayer. I think we listened to these earlier, and they were the cutesy ones. Let's go up to these other ones. It loves the vocal chops, dude. They are pretty sick. All right, it's cooking a whole profiler. This little subgenre we're starting to hone in on here in Suno is actually turning out pretty cool. This is getting pretty cool what we're making. All right, let's go back to Cloudflare. Okay, it said override this origin and do 300 seconds. So this is for the installer, for the launcher. It's caching All right, this guy just made us the world map panel. Let's check that out. Yeah. Wow, what an ending to that song. 9 active, 81 loaded, entities 4 total. I think there's just hitches. Because it looks like it's 60 FPS. And I think there's just like hitching. Look at that, dude. This is cool, dude. Whoa. There's some cool ass moments in these. The best part about all this music, no copyright strike on YouTube. It's so good. Still not completely silent. Okay, we listened to the 2 Japanese songs with this prompt. Now we're listening to the 2 Chinese songs with this prompt. And then we're going to listen to some other Japanese ones that I modified the prompt slightly. We'll see what we get. That's cool. All right, it had a nice little reprieve there instead of just blasting us. All right, we'll see what the other Suno songs were we got in a little bit. I asked it to give us a break from the vocals in the next two songs we're gonna listen to, or after this one and the next one. All right, we got one more song to listen to that it spit out with our genre request, and then the next two we're gonna listen to, I specifically asked it to give us a break from vocals because if you ask for vocals, it seems to never let up. So we'll see if we can get something better.
而你记在心，世界变得有点轻，进度条停在你名字的旁边，弹窗闪烁，像我偷偷看的你，一帧一帧放大在心里。这是我的叙述心跳，只惨到你登录才会乱跳，指尖脚下的每一句都假装只是朋友在打招呼。这是我的叙述心跳，都在表情包后面乱跑。如果你不回一句，我就当作你也在意我一点点好。深夜更新，不停写着修复一点小问题，可我还是卡在你的最后一句，下次再聊。光表现得太用力，像在帮我追问还有没有续集。这是我的叙述心跳，只是在看到你登录才会乱跳，指尖脚下的每一句都假装只是朋友在打招呼。这是我的叙述心跳，躲在表情包后面乱跑。如果你不回一句，我就当作你也在意我一点点好。要不要按下删除，还是让对话停在这里？我在草稿上反复修改勇气，一句我喜欢你推个键，却总是先醒来。这是我的叙述心跳，只在看到你登录。
All right, we're asking the AI. We're asking the AI to it made its own profiler, and I haven't even looked at the profiler. I don't really care what it looks like. I'm not going to use it myself, but I did ask it to give me a GUI for the profiler so I can profile frames if I want to. And instead what we're doing is we're telling it now to also add CLI commands, so command line commands, so that basically it can pilot the entire editor and stuff on its own, hands-free for me, without needing an MCP server. That's the important thing. That's part of why we're building our own game engine here. That's AI first, from scratch, with the AI doing all the coding, because we're giving it access to manipulate the engine directly in the code base as we go, as we build it, right? We're not building it for only people to use, then tacking an MCP server on as an afterthought, you know what I mean? So this is going to let it self-test the profiler. It's going to spot hitching in the terrain loading system, because what I saw is that it's sitting at 60 FPS when I'm standing still, but as soon as I start flying around and chunks are loading and unloading, we're getting like a hitch on the frame rate. We're getting constant hitching. So I think it'll be able to detect that hitching and break it down in the profiler, and it'll debug the profiler at the same time. So it's going to go in a self-reinforcing loop of improving the profiler and what it's tracing, and then also improving the terrain rendering. I also asked it because I watched the video where the Witcher 4 guys were showcasing how they optimized Unreal 4 for a large open world, or Unreal 5. And the main thing, all their wins where they got insanely low render times, is they just multi-threaded more and more stuff. They just kept multi-threading more and more and more things in the rendering pipeline, because generally the only thing that needs to be single-threaded is like physics simulation for like the server for multiplayer or something, right? And almost literally everything else should be structured to get performance victories through multi-threading as much as possible. But I don't think it's doing any of that. I'm going to assume that the way that Claude wrote our rendering engine, it's barely multi-threaded at all, or our open world streaming engine. But just telling it, it's pretty good at multi-threading stuff is what I've discovered already, which is basic desktop applications. So I think it'll do a pretty good job of self-assessing where it can get multi-threaded wins with our frame times on this engine when it has the tools to complete the loop, you know? So anyways, that's what this guy's cooking up. Okay, so let's go over to here, to this guy. Okay, it's telling me I need an incognito window to make sure that I go get, that I have a clean browser cache for Nuldrums.world. And we need to make sure that I download a new version of the launcher. Let's see if we can break Suno a little bit here. Let's see if we can get it to give us a freaking break from these vocal chops, dude. Okay. What's up, Dr. Professor? We're listening to Suno slop music so I don't get copyright struck on YouTube. And we're making a game engine from scratch in Zig with pure AI coding with Claude Code. The target graphic fidelity is PlayStation 2 graphics, so that's why we're making an engine from scratch instead of using Unreal, because it's too bloated for what I'm trying to do. And it's also being built with open world in mind first, so it has world streaming with like terrain chunks and stuff. So PlayStation 2 graphics with a large open world. The world's like 15 kilometers across right now. Yeah. What are you up to, man? I'm also making a game launcher. And we're about to test right now with my Cloudflare. We're about to test if my new Cloudflare settings works. Cloudflare was caching the download for my launcher. We need the auto updater to work on the launchers. What I'm trying to do with that. It's not working yet. And once the launcher can auto update. Okay, am I on 1.6? Good, I'm on 1.6. Okay, good. Alright, I gotta use the Gmail OAuth. I'm going for PlayStation 2. So specifically like Kingdom Hearts 2 and a little bit of GameCube. Like like Luigi's Mansion, Kingdom Hearts 2 level like poly count. You know what I mean? So a little more than PS. Like Ocarina of Time's too blocky for me. So that's why we're going. Dude, this is a lot of vocals. Wow, that's the song where I literally asked it to not give us vocals or give us a break from the vocals. PS2 Mr. Are you trying to create a procedural asset creator or something? Nah. I did make a prompt-based modeling editor inside of it. No, the models and the assets are going to be prototyped with AI probably, and then they're going to be made by hand because their target poly count is between like 5 and 10,000 for the characters. Maybe as low as 3,000 for the characters. I haven't tried yet to see what looks right. So eventually all the models are going to be human created. For sure. Like all the art in the game. Procedural, that'd be crazy. Procedural asset creator would be crazy. What the work I'm doing right now is it just put in an LOD system for the terrain. And we're getting crazy bad hitching when I fly around in the scene. And I just told it to build its own frame profiler, then build CLI commands into the editor so that it can open the editor, fly the camera, record the frame profile, shut the editor down, read the frame profile, look for hitching on the terrain loading, and figure out how to optimize by multi-threading the terrain loading as much as it can, and as much as the render pipeline in general. It needs to figure out how to. We're even an AI to develop something. So you want to delegate sections libs and unify the common dispatch. Oh, word. What have you been working on, man? Yeah, I have, here's my commands for the game engine. Actually, hang on. I have knowledge base commands, so when I spin up a new agent, when I spin up a new agent, I'm like, this guy's in charge of rendering right now. You know, is that generally how you work? That's what I understand, how I understand people work when the code base starts to get large and it turns into a large project. I've had like 6 agents at a time, like juggling them, scaffolding a bunch of stuff, but now I'm getting into the part where the engine's growing in size enough that they can work on different subsections and be merging to get separately from each other and work on different parts without stepping on each other's toes. So here's my commands for the engine project. Okay. This has been fun fucking around with. Let me, let me make some more just like instrumentals of this without the anime vocals. Alright, let's get back to just like prog trance. Instrumental prog trance. Get rid of the anime vocal vibes. My method is like this. Imagine agents in a chat room, they communicate with each other, but each other don't need to know the complete code that each are working on because you have a unifying logical high level. Oh, yeah. Have you used the Teams feature in Claude? That's what the Teams... I'm pretty sure that's what Teams does by default when you ask it to spin up an agent team to accomplish a task, and it when it's turned on, it does a team. It automatically spins up a team if the task that you ask it the base agent to do is too large. If it deems it as like, whoa, this is a really big feature, a really big research request, it'll automatically detect that and then spin up a team. You don't trust his judgment? Yeah, you can pilot the agents and micromanage the team responsibility delegations and communication for sure if you want. It's interesting. I don't feel the need to yet, but asking it to use a team to build out a big feature or just seeing it automatically build out a team to parallelize like as much of the feature building as it can has been helpful for sure. I use the planning agent here to create the plan for the team because it'll automatically delegate all the responsibilities and calculate the best way to parallelize the task, parallelize the task. So this is the plan right now that I'm cooking with the extended thinking mode for the foliage system. And yeah, right here it breaks stuff into agent phases. And yeah, so it breaks into phases and it has all the responsibilities delegated to the teams. And it'll draw it out in like an ASCII chart of who should be allowed to talk to who and like in what order they're getting spun up and shut down and stuff as it chews through the plan. That's been my plan so far is I use the AI to make the plan for the team to execute and figure out the responsibility division for me so far. In truth, it was just a fun experiment, but I made it a multi-agent chat room in XMPP via Prosody. Oh, cool. Yeah, so the phrase that I've been seeing people call those systems and those frameworks is a harness. I don't know if you've seen that. They're calling it an agent harness. Like either Claude Code with the Teams feature or Oh My Codex or Codex where it's got all these built-in like loops and stuff. So it sounds like you built your own custom agent harness. You don't know the term harness? Harness is like if you're riding a horse or something. I guess that's a saddle. This is a harness, you know? So it's like you've got all the agents and they're like, oh, you know what it is? Oh, okay, no. Yeah, I've just seen a bunch of people call, like, Oh My Codex is one for Omex. This is for a harness for Codex. Yeah, I've seen a few people call it that. Maybe there'll be a more standardized term in the future. Yeah, it's cool that you have your own custom one. So far, I haven't run into anything that I couldn't tackle with the methodologies I have so far, but I'm still getting acclimated. I'm only like 2 weeks into agentic engineering techniques and stuff. So yeah, maybe I'll feel like I need a custom harness one day too, man. What pain points did you hit that made you feel like you had to make your own? You're like, oh, this could be done better. Okay, so it's telling me that if I hit F12, the debug console should show up now. Got each other and me as CEO. Oh, okay. What projects are you building with your agents? You have tools where you click on the console tab at the bottom left. Logs to test the update, check random what happened. All right, roger that. Said click the console tab at the bottom left. It's so weird. You ask Suno for instrumental music, and it goes instrumental the whole way, and then at the very end of the song, it's like, I can't take it anymore. There needs to be vocals on this track. There needs to be like vocal chops everywhere. I can't handle it. Like, it's Suno's absolute favorite thing in the world. The instrumental button can't prevent it from fulfilling its destiny. Part of the pattern thing, they forget there's a world outside of Watch Project where it was a perfect reactive OS interactive interface. A reactive OS interactive interface? What does that mean? Is it for like Linux or? Oh, it can use apps? Oh, you mean like how OpenClaw can use your browser and stuff? And like click on the thing like, I am not a robot. And bypass that? Or something else? You mean like phone apps? That's pretty sick. So it's an AI-powered operating system interface. When stuff is done doing stuff. Okay. I've never used OpenClaw. I don't even know what it. I don't even get what the point of it is right now. Unless I want like a home assistant. All right, it hallucinated that a little bit. These are the commands I have for the the game engine project. It loads knowledge base for specific pieces of the engine. The animation system, the build system, the core system, the editor system, the gameplay stuff, the physics, the renderer, the UI, or the world and ECS subsystem. Use terminals as zero. I could. Yeah, the text is small because I'm on a 4K monitor, but it's what I need to be able to see enough information. I wish there was a better way. Need more monitors? I have 4. But when you're streaming, you can only work on the main one for the most part, so it looks like people would see what's going on. I've got all my music and stuff on the left, and my VTuber, and then I've got the stream on the right, and then I've got a monitor above is watching for ad breaks on Twitch. How many do you have? You have 7, 6, 14? The multi-threading changes are in place ready for you to test. You're ready to save / build. UHD TV? Oh, nice. 32-inch UHD normal, an iMac 26-inch, and I have a QL 15.5-inch. Nice, dude. You're the TV main monitor, one of those guys, or is the monitor, the iMac monitor, the main one? My brother's a TV main monitor guy. He uses his PC from his couch, and just his TV is his monitor. Cheapest guy? Oh, word. Word. I got a very specific monitor that I wanted. I really like the curved monitors, so I spent some money. I feel like they're easier for me to look at. Yeah, thanks for stopping by on Kick, man. You're like the first real chatter that I've ever had on Kick so far. It's just been bots on Kick. I'm multi-streaming to... I just started multi-streaming. I'm normally only on Twitch. But now I'm on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and X all at the same time. Yeah, Kick has literally been nothing but bot spam so far. 6 computers on your desk, a cluster I run LLMs on, a cluster because I won't buy more GPUs. Oh, nice, dude. What are you running them for? I've got 3 computers running at a time right now. And I have a NAS box that I haven't bought hard drives for that's in my closet that I want to set up. I need to set up a NAS box. And then I've got another computer, a 4th one that's a footrest that I want to turn into an OpenClaw, like a Linux installation with OpenClaw as like the house assistant. And then one day I want One day I want the NVIDIA DGX Spark, you know, the little gold brick for running LLMs like locally. That thing's like $4,000. But it can run like Gemma 4 with like a 1 million token context window locally on a little box on your desk. Those things are sick. Yeah, 6 computers is a lot, man. I'm just at 3. People think I'm crazy for having 3 on all the time. One of them runs 24/7. The other 2 only run when I'm streaming and working. $2 million on one machine, 120 gig, 8 gigabyte, 12 gig of VRAM. Yeah, what's the inference speed though? If because it's gonna have to cache like what flow point precision are you at, and how much of it is it having to cache into your RAM with only 12 gigs of VRAM and do fetch operations back and forth between the RAM and the GPU VRAM. Like how many parameters is it? 4-bit 16 tokens a second. Okay. Yeah, I think like, let's see. Gemma 4 day 1 inference on NVIDIA DGX Spark's preliminary benchmarks. 273 gigabytes a second, unified 122 GB low power DDR5X. So it's got the specialized low power DDR5. The Blackwell architecture for the chip. All right, bro. Where's the tokens per second? Conclusion. 26 billion A4B mixture of experts model is a clear winner. They're getting 24 tokens per second with the 26 billion A4B MOE model. 24 tokens per second. Best prompt processing at long context, 3,105 tokens per second at PP 2048 and competitive TTFR. The LPDDR5 unified memory architecture constrains dense models, actually favors the MOE design, only 4 billion active parameters needed to stream per token. The use case for the full 31B dense models required AW key inferences 10 tokens a second on the 31 billion parameter model. Lowest TTFR on short prompts, 247 milliseconds. Orbit 16 tokens, 28 billion, 26 million. Yeah, 16 tokens said split GPU, CPU. GPU memory usage 63 gigabytes, 85 gigabytes, 86 gigabytes for 26B MOE. Large KB cache, all extras wait. Fast enough not to piss you off. Yeah, that's good. And it's always nice to use like a leftover PC for something like that. That's kind of what's been cool about this AI stuff. But that's good, dude. It's pretty good. I was just curious to see the relative benchmark of like what you get when you buy like a specialized machine for it with Gemma 4 specifically, since it just came out 3 days ago. I was very curious like what this thing can do with Gemma 4. You know? I only have a 980 Ti right now. That's in the machine that I said I was thinking about turning into a Linux install with OpenClaw as my house assistant. I had an AI chatbot cat running on a 1070 for a long time. Yo, Sarith Sidejoy, what's up? Welcome. You have a spare 1080 Ti and a 1060G. The 1080 Ti, I feel like could do some work on some stuff. What else is happening? You have implied a good question, Zio. When it comes to offloading layers, the first ones are reused in computation, so the last layers are the easiest to compute. So offloading in order to slower hardware to end layers is effective. Interesting. Interesting. We're listening to Suno trance music right now, you guys, because I will not get copyright struck on YouTube, but we can have some good vibes in the background. I might switch the music genre at some point. When it gets late, we might go to some kind of ambience or like World of Warcraft soundtracks or something. Well, we'll see how this goes. So the AI made a large open world that streams the terrain and stuff in chunks successfully, like in a one shot. But now we're running into applying some more expensive operations to the terrain to make it look nicer. So it's very alias on like sharp ridges and stuff and cliffs. And I told it to add a dynamic LOD system to the terrain chunks so that if we're close to one of those ridges, it subdivides the terrain further to smooth out those sharp triangles in the faceting. And it added a dynamic LOD system, but then of course it was a little bit broken and underbaked and causing severe performance issues. So then I told it to build a frame profiler system similar to Unreal's. Oh, I like this one. Games might actually be good at something I always wanted to make, a good Dungeon Keeper clone. Maybe. I'm not giving it out though, because I don't want to support any. I'm building an engine specific for the game that I'm building and the genre of game, and I'm not trying to build a multi-purpose game engine that supports every genre under the sun and a bunch of people are going to have feature requests and need customer service for. That's not, my goal is not to replace Unity or Unreal with this engine. My goal is to make one that is extremely refined and specific at the exact job of making the exact game that I'm trying to make. You know what I mean? Which is capped at PlayStation 2 level graphics in an open world. And turn-based stuff mixed with a little bit of real time, but we're not making like, this thing is not going to be designed to be capable of a performant like FPS FPS game or something crazy. Its engine is not built for that. It's built for doing some 3D platforming and exploring, like the open world, and then you go into like turn-based fights. You know what I mean? And there's going to be a couple projectiles, but that's it. So, Steam already replaced Unity and Unreal. Oh, I heard. Again, though, you still, no matter what you do, though, a general purpose engine still has a lot of bloat if you're trying to make something that isn't like cutting edge, that uses all the features of the engine. And it still takes a lot of work to subtractively take out all the crap you don't need in the engine to fit your game that you're trying to build. You know what I mean? Like, the amount of checkboxes in Unreal is absolutely mind-melting for most people that pick up Unreal. And if you build an engine up for the purpose of one genre, you're not going to have all those checkboxes from Unreal. So I'm sure the Source Engine thing is really cool, but it's still, I'm sure it still has like 1,000 billion options and menus and checkboxes and stuff more than like what somebody needs if they're making a 2D side scroller or something, you know? Yeah. I was just explaining, like, that's, I'm sure the Source Engine's awesome, but I'm just explaining why, like, the need for making your own game engine is, I don't think it's ever going to go away. You know what I mean? Like, as I've learned more and worked in the industry some more and played with different engines, read some books, and seeing how insanely powerful the vibe coding is now, I think we might actually see more people make their own engines than before, potentially. Well, yes, that's true. They have a multi-purpose engine. Yep. You can't break the curse. You make a multi-purpose engine, you get bloat. I don't think you can break the curse. I think it's a cursed problem, which means it's always going to have the... I don't know. I did hear it's really cool on the Steam engine, though, and you can export your game to just be like a full-blown Steam release and not trapped inside of their UGC platform, which is really freaking sick. That's really cool that they did that, you know? Can't do that with Fortnite Creative or Roblox. The engine's ready to launch. Go ahead and run. What changed in V2? Async terrain no longer pre-reserves chunk slots. Instead, the worker thread generates height maps by coordinates, and process pending terrain on the main thread allocates slots and uploads only when results are ready. If the async queue is full, chunks are retried next frame, not lost. Sync fallback is capped at 2 per frame to prevent spiker. Can you generate and maintain an ASCII diagram somewhere in the rendering code base here where you feel it's appropriate that explains how you're breaking up the multi-threading on the this one's a little different. I liked that. I liked the beat switch up it did there at the end. That was pretty freaking cool. Let's go. This will be fun, you guys. I haven't looked at the code base at all in the game engine. Not even once. And now I'm curious. I asked it to write me a diagram of how it decided to multi-thread the open world terrain chunk loading and rendering system. Because I've never really architected any multi-threading stuff for open world streaming before. So it'd be cool to see how it did it as like an educational diagram and resource, you know? Here we go. This is my first time looking at the code in the game engine. We started vibe coding it a week ago, Saturday last weekend. Let's get a little bit of an educational tour on how you structure multi-threading for world streaming. So it said it's under source, world, streaming.zig. World agent, multi-threaded terrain chunk loading architecture. There are two threads involved in terrain loading. Main thread, the render loop, worker thread, the background. Owns all OpenGL state plus ECS. Owns nothing. Pure math is happening in the worker thread. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So one guy controls state and the other guy does operations. That's probably just a basic core multi-threading pillar, but I've never done multi-threaded programming from scratch myself before. I just understand what it does. I'm like, you divvy up the work, you split it up into more places, and then so it all runs in parallel, and then you bring it all back together, when you can. Or it's just constantly coming in asynchronously between each other. So I understand the concept of multi-threading. I've just never written the code from scratch myself, and I understand that it's like the technique that you need to use to constantly look for how to get performance gains on something that's time sensitive, like a game engine tick loop. So if I sound like a noob, like saying oh my gosh, this or main thread owns state and then worker thread just does math, I'm actually that new. I am that new and that green to multi-threading in general, because my understanding's so broad and vague of it. So don't be surprised if I am learning basic things as we go. This made me feel like the music got super loud in that song. All right, what'd you say? You know, it's on GitHub. I forgot to ask what genre this is. Ask Claude to explain in general what processes and games can easily be multi-threaded and not. Just based on mention to it. Oh, I understand. I watched a talk from the people that are working on The Witcher 4 right now, and I understood that they paralyzed what I asked it to do here. But yeah, I'll do that in a new chat here. I don't want our worker guy to get we'll do that in a new chat here. I kind of want to ask Grok that, dude. I just got a subscription to Grok. I'm curious. Well, I got the X subscription so I could stream on X. Yeah, I haven't really. I feel like that'd be a fun broad question to ask Grok because I've been using Claude for everything. Let's try. Let's give it a try. Let's put it on expert mode. Expert mode, so it thinks about it. I noticed that Grok does do web search a lot more than I see Opus doing with extended mode. Opus goes out and searches the web, but it looks like, I don't know. Oh my god. Obvious, oversimplified. Walls of text and treat the knowledge like a stereotyped comprehension. Okay. Dude, someone the other day had a cool prompt hack that kind of leads down an interesting path that was here. He said with Gemini 3, he told it, he asked it like Bruce Lee's 3 ways of like moving through 3 rules about how to move through the world and apply that to its own thinking. And it kind of jailbreaks the AI a little bit to act more like natural and not be such a bot. That was an interesting prompt. I don't know, this is a bunch of stuff. I'm not going to read all this right now. I want to read what we're doing in our engine specifically, but I'll glance through this real quick. Multi-threaded processes, low synchronization overhead, easily multi-threaded processes. Scale beautifully across cores with minimal locks or barriers because the work items are mostly independent or can be batched with simple data parallel patterns. Give me all of this with no wall of text and treat it like a staircase of comprehension. All right, it did give less text. Staircase of comprehension, multi-threading games, Cloud 179, so short, and visual and builds on last. Step 0, the big idea. Games run on one main thread by default. Multi-threading split work across CPU cores goal. More speed, less stuttering. Yep, less stuttering. We're trying to remove the hitching as we stream chunks of the world in, like how there is in Unreal. There's terrible hitching when you use world partition out of the box. What makes work easy to multi-thread? Work is easy when pieces are independent. Each piece does its own thing. No piece waits or changes another piece. Threads run at the same time as zero fighting. Right. It's the same thing as having like multiple people working on the same GitHub repo at the same time, you know? How can you keep them in their own corners enough where you're not getting like merge conflicts all the time? Easy example number 1, particles. Imagine 1,000 raindrops falling. Each drop only updates itself. Position plus equals velocity. No one cares about any other drops. Mermaid, graph LR, main thread says go. Main T1 thread 1 drops, processes drops 1 through 250, drops 250 through 500, drops 501 through 750, 751 through 1000. All done, instant results. Okay. Step 3, easy example number 2, animations. 50 characters on screen. Each character's skeleton updates alone. They had to do this for The Witcher 4. They had to do a lot of this for Unreal 5. This is at the recent Unreal Fest back in like last fall. They did a talk and they showed a breakdown. They have a 300-person crowd sim running right now in Witcher 4. You can't do that with out-of-the-box Unreal 5 because all of their changes have not been merged into the new engine versions yet. I think 5.8 and 5.9 Unreal, some of that work is going to filter in. But yeah, they had to do a shitload of custom hardcore engineering to be able to have 300 characters in a crowd scene for Witcher 4 right now. Is paid based on GPU sales. I don't know. It looks really good. It's the most cutting edge looking rendering in the world right now with Nanite and Lumen, but it just takes hardware ray tracing cores for it to run well. You know what I mean? The RTX cores and stuff. So they built it for the future, but the realistic thing is not that many people have a good enough video card. And a lot of people are playing on Steam Deck. They're playing on a little Steam Deck. A lot of people are not even playing on their desktops anymore. They're just playing on Steam Deck. So they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that one. Unity and Unreal optimized it was on purpose. Oh, that's good. Yeah, Nanite and Lumen does look amazing though. But no one cares. No one cares about that super high-end visual fidelity anymore. It's like, we're done. We reached the pinnacle. You can make things look photorealistic. So anyways, so character skeleton updates being paralyzed as much as possible. This is good to know. Bones only look at their own parent bone. Okay. Same diagram as particles, just swaps drops for characters. Step 4. What makes work hard to multi-thread? Work is hard when pieces depend on each other. Like I know physics loops on like the server for a multiplayer game you can't parallelize. One piece changes, next piece must see the new change. If threads run at the same time, order breaks and bugs or crashes. Step 5, hard example number 1, core game logic. Player moves, enemy sees new position, shoots bullet hits player. Everything must happen in that exact order. Yep, it's all the physics sim. The physics sims, you're kind of locked in. Graph TD, start, frame starts, graph. Player 1. Yep. Step 6, hard. Example number 2, physics. Yep, I know physics. Balls colliding, detect hits in parallel, easy. But fixing bounces must be in order. One ball affects the next. Yeah, because it's like this frame, this guy got pushed this way, then the other frame, this guy went this way, then this frame, this guy went. So they're super dependent. The modern fix, top of the staircase. Today's engines use job systems, list of tiny independent jobs. ECS, turn everything into independent pieces. So we have that. So our entire graph and scene and stuff is represented as ECS under the hood. So it's a flat array, I guess, or something is how ECS improves rather than doing tree traversal operations for navigating the scene graph. From what I understand so far. I could be wrong about that. Buffers. Threads work on last frame data safely. Okay. Interesting. Final step, quick with them. Easy. Particles and animations can split freely. Easy to optimize particles animations. And as I'm finding out, open world visual streaming loading stuff. The stuff that's really far away in terms of from the stuff that's really far away from us as the player when we're streaming in chunks of the world in the distance, we can load those super lazily, right? Because we're not actually standing on that piece of terrain right now having to make a jump over a chasm or something. So 5 to 6 hard player enemy bullet, no needs, or you can have a clear now. Yeah, so it's kind of what I I hadn't thought about all the animations and all the VFX being multi-threaded. That is something new that we learned from this that's very useful. But I knew for sure the open world streaming could be paralyzed in the LOD systems. Cool. Thanks for that little prompt engineering tip with the staircase of comprehension, Doctor, Professor. What am I using as a tracker for the VTuber? You don't need to learn the bare bottom, but you should learn the top of the advanced. Yeah, dude. It's all good. Are you talking about the VTuber? I use, this is a Leap Motion 2. But I bought this clip. There's this random person I watched their YouTube tutorial and they 3D print like little clips for the Leap. It's supposed to be for your shirt, but it was like actually ruining the collar of my shirts because it was just heavy enough. So then I got like this really thin little black necklace off of Amazon for it to hang off of. So yeah, it's a Leap Motion 2, and then the face tracking is an iPhone. iPhones are what most VTubers use for face tracking, and it's just piped into Unreal Engine. So he's an Unreal Engine instance that's running with like a green screen effect on it. But the face tracking app is made by Epic for Unreal Engine Live Link specifically. So the iPhone's like mounted right above my monitor here, and then I programmed the RGB reaction to the microphone volume level. Oh, his head movement is operating off of a webcam, a really simple webcam. Like this, my whole body position, that's also a simple webcam. And that's through VC Face. So there's VC Face is doing all the Leap Motion tracking and the basic webcam tracking. And then all of this gets piped out through like a port, you know, into Live Link in Unreal Engine. And here's the Unreal Engine instance that's receiving the Leap Motion data and the overall head position and angle data from VC Face, and then it's also blending it with the direct face expression data from the iPhone. That's the VTuber stack. I was gonna make like a 20-minute YouTube video explaining all the pieces that went into figuring out how to make him like a long time ago, and I just never did. But I have all the footage of building him. I redo that. Like I was gonna put links to every YouTube tutorial that I like literally followed step by step to make him and all that stuff. So it could just be like a one-stop like source for how to make an Unreal VTuber from top to bottom. But my setup's kind of hacky actually, and I'm forced to run it on a very old version of Unreal 5 right now because it uses a plugin that's no longer supported. Which, with the power of AI, we might be able to fix all those compiling errors now. I might be able to actually update this project. All right, let's get back to some of the juicy stuff here, okay? Let's get back to I asked it specifically, how did you decide to paralyze the world streaming and put it into a diagram for me in the source files in Zig for any future engineer that might look at this too, which I don't know if any real engineers ever will. I've never even seen Zig code before in my life. We're building a whole game into a Zig and I haven't even looked at any of it. Like, what does this shit even look like? Okay, there's like a namespace for functions. It's public. You have to declare it's a function with fn. We need a plugin in VS Code for Zig because there's no syntax highlighting. Syntax highlighting. Do you trust publisher Ziglang? They've got a little blue check mark here in VS Code. I trust them. What is CLS language server? Oh, right. This thing was asking for, I regenerate. Doctor Professor, yeah, it's better not to think of it as a headset accessory and more of a high-speed 2x webcam, IRED tracker cam originally intended to track hands. Are you talking about the Leap? To ask that question, you need to describe what it does in depth. Well, what does? Yes, that's the right one. The Zig language extension by Ziglang is the go-to syntax. That's yes, probably hit yes, yes language gives you good stuff beyond just syntax calling, completions, go-to definition, and line errors, symbols, drivers. Okay, so that's for me as a human to be able to edit Zig a little bit better. Okay, do we have syntax highlighting now? Alright, yes, okay, much better, much more readable. Alright, this is our first time looking at Zig. Init in place, self streaming manager, allocator, stood mem allocator, void. Okay, it's passing in a pointer to the streaming manager. I've never seen this syntax. I don't know what that means with this. With like a ternary operator? Is this some kind of error catching? Like, hey, if this thing doesn't exist in memory, then fall back to null or something? It looks like some kind of safety mechanism, kind of like making contracts with modern C++ or what's the thing in Rust? The borrow checker. Like, is this something kind of like that? But you have to opt into it with some syntax. this is what I figured the process was going to be with this engine, is that the AI builds and builds and builds and builds as fast as it can. And then as I taper off my subscription over time and we get into maintenance mode, I'm going to use like the $20 a month sub to Claude to like actually just use it as like a coach or like an assistant to help me understand and learn the syntax of the code that had been written by the AI and actually do some programming and modification myself. Infer the array length from the initializer. Okay, that's what that means. It's purely a compile time convenience. So when you see something like this, bool, false, max chunks, that breaks down to a single element array of bool containing false. The brackets or the underscore just means figure out the length from what I gave you. Here it is. Oh, to figure out the memory length, the like byte length. Max chunk slots. The double star operator repeats that array to fill max chunk slots elements. Oh, that's pretty sick. The end result is an array of max chunk slots, bools all initialized to false. You're probably also noticing the question mark in types like this, pending terrain. That's a separate thing. The question mark makes it an optional type, Zig's version of nullable. So question mark pending terrain means this value is either a pending terrain or null. That's what I figured, is one of them meant this thing could be null, and if it's null, then don't worry about it. That's the part that handles this thing might not exist. Infer array size, option nullable, double stars repeat. No bar check or inner handling involved there, just array initialization shorthand. Wow. Very cool. Damn, yeah, Zig looks sick. I'm so glad I went with Zig for this. Okay, let's see how the multi-threadings work. Let's check on what this agent said. Build succeeded, the key change. All right, let's see if there's any visible seams in our terrain still. Yeah, I flew away and it popped. The performance is far better though. Yeah, it was like lagging like crazy, and it's way better now that it's multi-threading a bunch of the world streaming. Smoothed out a lot of the terrain painting. All right, we're still seeing broken seams on the terrain chunks. Okay. Okay, updated checks, deep link auth, token storage, all good. Okay, so let's make a change to the launcher. So we're gonna huck in some UI changes to the game launcher, and then we're gonna use my CI/CD pipeline that we set up for it to auto deploy a new version, and we're gonna see if the auto updater triggers in the launcher, because the launcher is supposed to update itself once it completes the GitHub action workflow and publishes the new executable to Cloudflare and updates all the hooks on the website here for launcher releases through the website API. Cool. All right. Classic T-junction problem, where a coarse mesh edge doesn't share vertices with its finer neighbor. Let me study the current edge stitching implementation to understand what's happening. Now a full picture. Let me think through this carefully. Here's the core problem and 3 approaches, from simplest to most robust. The problem: the current edge stitching modifies indices on the finer chunk to skip every other boundary vertex, creating triangle fans, with the vertex position of the finer chunk don't match the coarser chunk. Yo, Andy memes well. nice name, dude. Thanks for the follow. What's up, Jiggy? Dr. Professor, Primax, you're doing pretty good. I hope you don't mind my saying, but you should practice asking questions about mechanics. The most important lesson I learned about that involved the number 42. Okay. Ask Grok about the leap motion. Well, we'll Grok some more later. Right now, we've got to clear a couple pass forwards before we get to another like stretch of time where the AI is like, you know, doing a long run of stuff on its own. It's not doing that yet. This guy's cooking at least over here. We need to get this guy cooking again. He's got a big problem to fix, and I need to send him in the right direction. LOD0 has vertices at stride 1, every height map cell. LOD2 at stride 4. The finer chunk's boundary vertex at height map position 2 has no corresponding vertex in the coarser chunk, of course. It sits at a height sampled from the height map, while the coarser chunk interpolates linearly between positions 0 and 4 across the gap. This creates a vertical mismatch, visible crack. The index fans only solve the topological T-junction, no missing triangles. With a geometric mismatch, vertices at different heights Approach 1, vertex snapping. Simple is good enough for most engines. When generating vertices for a chunk, detect boundary vertices that fall between the coarser neighbor vertices and lerp their height to match what the coarser neighbor would produce. For example, if neighbor is LOD 2, stride 4, then our boundary vertices at height map positions 1, 2, 3 should be linearly interpolated between position 0 and 4 to match what the neighbor's triangle edge does. Pros: simple, self-contained, and generate vertices LOD. No extra buffers cause creates a slight pinch at LOD. Boundaries visible as subtle crease. Normals need adjustments. 2. Cost nearly 0. A few extra lerps per boundary vertex. Approach 2. Skirt geometry. Introduce industry standard used by Unity Terrain, Google Earth, and Cesium. Add a vertical skirt, a strip of triangles hanging downward from each chunk's boundary edges like a box with open top. The skirt depth only needs to be a few meters, enough to cover the max gap. When two chunks meet, their skirts overlap underground, making gaps invisible regardless of height mismatch. Pros: completely eliminates seams with 0 edge case complexity. Works for any LOD combination, no coordination needed between chunks, trivially simple. Cons: adds 4x resolution triangles per chunk. Negligible. That seems insane. A sliver of overdraw underground. Cost very low. For LOD 0, that's 4x 64 equals 256 extra triangles versus 8,192 surface triangles. For LOD 3, 4x 8, it's 32x. Approach 3 hybrid. Vertex, snap plus skirt fallback. Snap boundary vertices to the coarser neighbor height. Approach 1 for visual quality. And add a small 0.5 meter skirt as a safety net for any remaining floating point or async timing edge cases. My recommendation: approach 2 skirts, the industry standard for a reason. It's dead simple, robust, and completely decouples chunks from each other. No need to know the neighbor's LOD when generating vertices. No lerping, no edge case bugs. The skirt triangles are nearly free. They're degenerate and thin, so the rasterizer burns through them. Unity, Unreal, Godot, and virtually every terrain engine uses this technique. The implementation is straightforward. After generating the regular LOD vertices, append 4 strips of vertices around the boundary with Y lowered by a skirt depth. Then add triangle strip indices connecting them. The VBO just gets a bit bigger, and regenerate LAD appends the skirt geometry. Yeah, so I get what it's saying. That's kind of what I was thinking in my head. Is I was like, the boundary of the lower LOD and the higher LOD, like, can't you just draw like a strip of triangles there? Like, you know, because it's only for the few chunks that we're in range of. It's not like it's generating strips of triangles for every single thing across the entire continent all the time. So that sounds like that's what the skirt's doing. Skirt is not creating a new strip of geometry between the seams. All right, and then this guy just planned. We don't actually have the ability to download and install the games from the launcher yet. We need to add that. All right, that guy's gonna rip. He's gonna cook on the whole downloading, thing. The whole downloading process from the launcher and the auto updating of the applications inside of the launcher. Draw a visual diagram for me about how skirt techniques work in Unity and Unreal Engine for seams between terrain chunks. Different LODs. Search the web. All right, this guy's running an agent team. So this is what the agent teams look like in Claude with the feature. It makes this huge checklist of all the phases, and it starts running a bunch of agents in parallel to tackle these phases. That's how you know it like kicked it in by default. All right, these two guys are cooking. I need to grab some food. I'll be right back. Yo, thanks for the follow. There's a follow, I think. Whoever that was. I'm making food right now, you guys. I need to eat. I haven't eaten in like 7 hours. We've been too plugged into the AI. So, yeah, enjoy the tunes. Thank you for some. Okay. I'll be right back. Yo, what's up? All right, I'm back. I just ate some dinner. I had fried rice and a turkey wrap and Chips Ahoy and oat milk. Um, Whew. Okay, so I asked the I'm gonna catch up on your chats in a minute, Professor. I asked the guy that's working on the terrain generation stuff, or the terrain stitching thing with different LOD terrains. I asked him just now to implement the other method it had other than skirts. The other method was like vertex snapping, and I'm going to toggle it on with A/B testing so I can see what the difference looks like. And then here we have a visual diagram for the terrain skirt methodology. I gotta turn off this. I'm gonna turn off my key light. The face tracking is not gonna work as well, my guy. But there we go. I'll probably here for another 3 hours, and then I'm gonna try to make myself go to sleep so I can get on a little bit better of a schedule. Oh, you got inspired to swap around your GPUs. It sounds like trance. Yeah, it is like old school trance, but it's Suno's version. Because you increased my primary server 12 gigabyte of VRAM, brings you 12x3. I ran MOE 26B model. I wanted to do the calculation with the GPU. Discover problem with the power cable. Fix it. You can now add. You're adding one more. So how many GPUs are running the mixture of experts model from Gemma 4B? You understand the competition where you think geometry, not computing. Oh yeah, yeah. That's all. That's why I'm asking it to give me a little toggle button. 3 GPUs with 12 GB of VRAM each. Nice. That's why I'm asking it. Hey, just give me a freaking toggle button for these different terrain stitching methodologies between different LOD terrain chunks. Like, just give me a button so I can open the editor and I can just look at it and see which one looks better and see if we need both. And then once I figure out which one looks better, I'm gonna ask it like, okay, tell me what the perf costs are for these 2 different operations, like which one's more expensive, what happens if we combine them, like all this stuff, you know. Okay, build succeeded. Snap vertex toggles off, updated callers, view the menu as both terrain skirts and terrain vertex snap. Toggle either triggers a full mesh rebuild. You can now A/B test all combinations. There we go. So now this looks like trash here. Something's up, obviously. That's because we first loaded it. So this is the real test. Is we're gonna fly away. Okay. So the terrain skirts is working really well on the flat space. It's hiding the seam with the terrain skirt pretty easily. The painting is getting kind of shitty at a distance. It's not terrible though. The terrain skirt method is breaking on steep slopes. Okay, let's go to view. Let's turn on vertex snap. Vertex snap doesn't seem to be making any difference. In fact, it seems like it's breaking the flat areas. Vertex snap looks like it's not even working. So let's show that vertex snap doesn't seem to be doing anything. Only against server. What are some add duplicate? Oh, I'm good. I know how to make a game. And I know how a game engine should feel. They'll have to ask, do you know what elegance means? I've spent 20,000 hours making video games with different game engines. So I at least know based off of gut feeling as we're working on this what's right and what's wrong, you know what I mean? It's kind of at least what we have guiding the process. Okay, this guy is cooking on adding all the download functionality and binary diffing for stuff in our library in the launcher. And once it adds all of that, and it's modifying the website as well. So it's modifying all the backend stuff on the website for us to be able to version and push out versions of software. Occam's razor. Let's go to that launcher. Let's return to this diagram from Claude and see if we can wrap our heads around the terrain skirts versus vertex snapping. Perpendicular to the edge where the discontinuity appears. While it doesn't connect to the neighboring sill, it hides the holes. The skirt technique, vertical geometry hides crack. Oh. Not complex enough to break. Lowest common denominator. Okay, interesting. Oh, okay. So the skirt just drops down, so at a distance it just hides it. It just hides it. It doesn't actually try to patch over the hole with geometry. It's just you're looking from so far away that like it doesn't make any difference if it's actually like smoothly patching the hole versus just like having this drop down perpendicular skirt. That's so weird. Huh. Interesting. Gap hidden. Skirts overlap beyond the surface. So like visually you're looking from super far away and it doesn't actually look like a gap because this skirt is hanging down. Some smart people came up with this as like an optimization because this is way cheaper to calculate than trying to draw stuff between them at all different angles. Top-down view, skirt wraps all four edges of each chunk. Okay. Skirt strip, thin vertical geometry extending down from each edge. Skirts overlap beneath each other, beneath the neighbor. So this might explain why I can see the seam on the steep slopes at certain camera angles high up in the sky. Here's how the major engines handle this differently. Each has trade-offs worth knowing for null engine. How engines solve LOD seams, 3 approaches. Unity, terrain, Godot, voxel, chunked LOD. So this is what Unity and Godot do. Simple. No neighbor chunk data needed. Chunks processed independently, parallel friendly, which we're doing right now. We just added that. Z fighting where skirts overlap surface. This song turned out pretty good too. This is our last trance song on this list. I just generated like 6 more though. Okay, I'm trying to thoroughly understand here and soak in all these terrain LOD techniques. Okay, so Unity and Godot, Z fighting can fail from top-down views or overhangs. That's my thinking, is if you're ever up in the sky, this fails. Textured stretching on skirt faces. That's not bad. That's pretty minor. Edge stitching, Unreal Engine, landscape, transition triangles. So Unreal does what I was picturing, which is watertight geometry, no overlap, or Z fighting. Smooth vertex, Ocean Lab satellite. Yeah, it does kind of have those types of vibes. They definitely trained Suno on so much of Injunabeat's catalog. Okay, so Unreal smooth vertex morphing between LOD levels requires neighbor LOD awareness at edge, more complex transition mesh variants needed, adjacent chunks limited to 1 LOD of difference. That's not a problem. I don't know why you would jump more than 1 LOD between 2 chunks. So Unreal does what I was picturing in my head, which is they actually generate geometry that stitches the two together. But it sounds like it's a more computationally expensive operation because all the LODs need awareness of all the vertices on the edge of its neighbor. So yeah. So Unreal does edge stitching, vertex snapping, height blending, hybrid. Clean join, truly continuous mesh. High-res normals preserved for lighting. Edge vertices lose accuracy, they are averaged. Requires texture-based height lookup. What does it mean texture-based? Why is the color... Both chunks need to access neighbor data. Unity skirts. Unity uses skirts. Unreal uses edge stitching. Custom, often hybrid. Most voxel engines, dual contouring, marching cubes, use skirts or transvoxel stitching. Here's a practical summary for null engine. Skirts are the simplest to implement. Each chunk independently generates thin vertical geometry that drops down on the edges. No neighbor coordination needed. The trade-offs often are Z-fighting, solved with a depth bias, and texture stretching. We're not worried about that. The skirt faces, since vertices don't connect to the other end. This is what Unity's terrain system uses and what most chunk LOD implementations default to. Unreal's approach is more sophisticated. Both MIP levels can be sampled, and then the heights and XY offsets interpolated in the vertex shader, creating a clean morphing effect. This produces watertight geometry with smooth LOD transitions, but requires the engine to know neighbor LOD levels at the boundary. For a Zig engine like Null engine, skirts are probably the right first pass. They're dead simple to implement. And the artifacts are negligible with a depth bias and decent texturing. You can always layer in proper stitching later if you need top-down camera angles or voxel overhangs. I want to ask it.
Don't say I wanna be losing nothing, but it feels so dry. I don't know what to say, but I know I can't say it. I'm waking up at night, but it's always so down. Everything is going on, but I know I can't say. I don't wanna know to say you. I don't wanna know to do you. I don't wanna know if you want me to. I know I wanna be. I know I wanna do. I know I wanna be. I know I wanna do. Anytime, how again, where you duck me on the floor. Every time, I'm a no. Every time I wanna know. Every go, every time, I will let you in the dark. Every time, wanna know to feel so. You can wanna be with the open arms. You take me home. Oh, 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 you so much love. Oh, 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 you got me.
Pre-render pass to build an LOD matrix.
It's only you and I. Even I don't believe, 'cause only you and me. I know.
All right, that was a bunch of trance. We got a couple more trance songs I generated that we'll see. Thanks again. You have science now. Okay. Good luck with expanding your AI, your local AI brains. Thanks for stopping by and chilling and interacting. Like I said, every person that showed up from Kick has been a bot so far. So. It's pretty sick. Okay. We're going to listen to a couple more of these trance songs I generated, and then we'll switch over to like those beats or something, or some ambience or some World of Warcraft music for the last couple hours tonight. Why have branches in the first place? What's up, Paladine? What you mean? No. Nope. I don't read any of the code. Reading code is thing of the past now. Branches and shaders lead to both branches getting executed, but only threads that take the branch are active, the others are turned off. Hence why it's usually discouraged to have branches and shaders. A branchless but more expensive computation usually results in much better performance. Do you have background agents going? Right now I've just been doing 2 today. I was running 6 at a time previously, but it's all slowed down where most of the stuff I was working on is kind of at a stopping point. And now I'm just down to the game launcher and installer and the game engine. Claude Code, the $200 subscription. And then I use the desktop agent for planning or for teaching me stuff or for understanding. I only got up to 80% on my weekly limit last week. Yeah, I only use Opus 4.6 and I still can't. And I only use Extended Thinking Opus 4.6 for giving me educational material. And for planning and making big plans and markdown documents for agent teams to execute in the terminal, you know? So tell me more about shader stuff in a second here. Okay, so we have a skirt system now. Okay, the skirt system is, I mean, it's technically working here, but it looks terrible. It's very obviously a skirt. Do we need to make... I think it has to do with the lighting. Is there some kind of... Do you have to do something in the lighting pipeline to... The rendering pipeline to tell the skirt to not have shadows? So I see 2 problems. I see 1, the skirt isn't like... For some reason, it's not perfectly matched up. There's like a gap from the start of the skirt. And... right here, there's like this little gap from the start of the skirt and where it begins. And then problem number 2 is that the chunks are casting shadows onto the skirts. And I would assume to get the visual illusion that you want from terrain chunk skirts. Let me turn on the music a little bit. You probably don't want that to receive shadows. So that's my guess. Let's see. Maybe it's a floating point error for the gap. I heard Turbo Quant is going to make the KV cache much more smaller. I hope we can get much more token allowance if Claude implements it fast enough. Not that I have access to or anything, since GitHub Copilot for students has been ripped from its Claude access. Oh, interesting. Good luck on work, man. Thanks, dude. I'm going to ask Claude about explaining computation costs and the functionality of branched versus branchless shaders and what they're capable of in terms of parallelization. Create visual aids. All right, we're asking this for shader technique stuff. All right, you guys. We've got 4 more Suno trance songs, and then we're going to get out of trance world. Let's try one of these weird ones with the anime vocals and stuff real quick. And then we're going to go to something chiller. Maybe. I don't know. This little subgenre it started spitting out was pretty cool. It's pretty dope. Pretty sick. This is the one where I asked it for vocals, then I purposely turned on the instrumental button in Suno to make it, to see like what the result would be if we tell it conflicting ideas of, hey, put vocals in, but take them out because you have the instrumental button turned on. And I like what it did. It's all vocal chops. Like the whole thing is, it still put vocals in, but they're all just chops. It's kind of cool. All right, here we go. Here's branched versus branchless shaders. Since Paladine mentioned it, and I asked for an interactive diagram. Great question. It's one of those topics where the internet wisdom is about 60% outdated cargo cult and 40% genuinely important. Let me build the picture. So let me build this as an interactive staircase. Each step builds on the previous one, from hardware fundamentals up to the practical decision framework. Step 1, GPU threads run in lockstep groups. A warp equals 32 threads executing the same instruction. Stuff's jamming, dude. Yo, Black Goku, thanks for the follow, dude. Dude, we got some sick results with these prompts. Some of this music's really cool. I have so many credits to burn through on Suno. It's just, it doesn't even make sense. Hey, Boom's alive. She was offline for a minute. I like really wanted to. I really need her help with something. I'll wait. I'm sure she'll stop by the stream at some point. Okay. We're asking about GPU threads here. And branched versus branchless shaders. While my workforce runs. Damn, these tunes turned out so good. These prompts, dude. Oh. I want the prompt of this. They don't let you get the prompt? Damn. Is this from other people? Is this tunes from other people? Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, 16.4? Ugh. Vocals. Get me out. Okay, well, we tried their radio station feature for the first time. What? Why'd I only get one? Whoa. Damn. We got a cool result with this prompt. I'm trying to push it. Trying to push it further. Dude, how is this 78 BPM? This is not 78 BPM. Did they go double time in this section? Holy shit. That's pretty poggers, dude. That's pretty sick. Damn. Dude, we're Sunoing real well today. Dude, Suno's crushing it. I said we were done with Suno and I was going to move into some other genre of music, but we just keep digging. And there's so many credits to burn, dude. That's pretty good radio. AI radio. Alright, GPU threads run in lockstep groups. CPU thread equals one path. Branch prediction speculation. GPU 32 threads equals one path. No prediction. Lockstep SIMT. Oh no, that's my least favorite thing that it does, is it cuts the music off. Okay, we got a lot more shit to sift through now. Okay, and then I made instrumentals up here with no vocals, but they're still cooking. This is not 78 beats per minute. Holy shit, it doubled it. This is like 150 BPM. This is 154 BPM. This part's halftime. That's sick. Dude, these breakdowns are sick. Okay, branching causes warp divergence. I'm using the desktop app for Claude. I use it for this, for visual diagrams that are interactive HTML pages for learning stuff. And I also use it for planning with the extended thinking mode, because when it plans something, it'll also give me visuals as like a preview or something of things that I plan. So I do all my planning in the desktop chats with Opus Extended, and then once I have the plan done, then I ask it to write the plan out for a team of agents to execute, and puts it into a markdown document. So that's the things that I like using the desktop app specifically for, is learning material and in cool HTML page diagrams that I can mess around with, and for brainstorming and planning to make like a big plan for an agent team to execute. Okay, there's a fun little anime girl experiment again. Let's go check on this one's a little different. Some of them are very repetitive and very much the same on these tunes that Suno made. So the key is we gotta sift through the AI garbage and find the ones that stand out. Is it gonna end this one? Let's try the extend feature if this one ends abruptly. Oh wow, that one actually had an outro. A lot of them, for some reason, it cuts them off. Let's go see what's going on with this. Also, make sure the skirts don't cast shadows either. Let me check the shadow pass shader, shadow vertex. Build succeeded, 3 fixes. Skirt depth increase. Skirt normals match the surface normals instead of pointing down. Skirt vertices copy the surface normals so lighting and color blend seamlessly. No shadows on the skirt. Skirt vertices have alpha 0 as a flag. Terrain shader skips shadow calculation for those fragments. Let's check it. Okay, the initial one doesn't load right. Okay, this is much improved. We're not quite there yet, but it looks way better. All right. I'm animate out. Let's see what the drop's like, though. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's go to the non-anime instrumentals I just made with a prompt. Dude, it's got the acid trance, like, licks just locked into the weights. All right, we're pushing a new version of the launcher. What did we get out of this? Oh, it couldn't handle this guy. Pretty sick. All right, let's see what else we got on this. That's so sick. So what's good about these stylized clips that I'm finding is if I make a 10-second clip, the first couple frames, it has to interpolate the style and kind of reduce the detail to match what it can handle. And then right here around 2 or 3 seconds, it's like, okay, we've reinterpolated it into what I can handle as a video. And then it rips on the video for the rest of the 10 seconds, and it all makes sense. Like here, how to reduce the detail a lot. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, dude, I love messing with AI. It's like a slot machine. We don't know what we're gonna get. Dude, this is sick. Boom. Speed this clip up like 30% in Premiere, and it's freaking rad. I left the sound effects on too. Let's see what sound effects we got. That's pretty cool. The sound it gave us was pretty good. I like it. That is insane, dude. Oh, it just went silent there. Whoa, it gave it music to this one? What? No, where'd the music go? I wanted to hear it. That was good. Dude, what? It was like giving it a tsunami bump, like for the music in the background. Oh, dude, this sound would have been so good. That sound effect at the end was cool, dude. Oh, man, that would have been so sick. Whoa, what? I didn't ask it to spin, but I don't care because it's like... This was like a random, like, whoa, throwaway one. What's it? Oh, good, it made the background spin. Dude, she's alive. This is like my Spotify anime vocal playlist thumbnail. These turned out insane, dude. Oh my gosh. That one's amazing. This is one of the coolest things I've ever made with AI, I think. Whoa. This is Suno. We finally got some halftime out of it. Woo! What? All right, version 1.7's been released on the launcher. Let's see if the auto update works. All right, let's see if the auto updater shows up. Nope. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm using the restroom. Dude, Suno crushed it asking for neuro bass in halftime. And I can listen to all this without getting copyright struck on YouTube. That's the main thing. Endless supply of no copyright strike music.
Slip inside those halls tonight. Rose waiting to serve. Shadows standing in the smoke. You fight, still joke. Open the golden in your head. Every word you call it clear. No past to breathe your soul. No place to make you whole. What breaks you don't. What breaks you don't. You've gotta know. Step in the spin. Let the cold begin. You're lost in thought and pain. Rest in hopes you won't see. We don't wait, we don't breathe. Mind turn to compass stone. Words break against the stone. No hands to pull you in. No breath to pull you in. Rest and run. Fight your sin. Don't be known once you stand. What breaks you don't. You've never known. Step in the spin. Let the gold be.
Yo, what's up? I'm gonna start telling Suno to limit the tracks to like 3 minutes or something. Close and reopen your version 16 launcher. I doubt this is gonna work. Yeah, I'm gonna tell Suno to do like a 2.5 minute track limit for these. Let's see what results we get from Suno from telling it to restrict itself to 3 minute tracks at most. Whoa. This one turned out kind of silly. All right, guys, let's add foliage. All right, we gotta generate the footage for one of these. I already got some new ones. We need more of like their place here. I need a shot of like the Goblin Pawn Shop. I need a shot of like the shop. I need... Let me go write this down. We're gonna do sirens. Sirens, rippers, crones. For game ready, grass foliage, you have a few options. Quickest, no any. Grab free CCO, grass blade textures from sites like Ambient CG, Polyhaven, or Open Game Art. They're already transferred PNGs, tileable, and game optimized. A lot of time cleaning up fringing. Small texture atlas with 3 to 4 grass blade variations on it. Let's go find open game art grass. Grass blades. Grass Cycles by Enaparch has a CC by 3 license. What the fuck? That's not gonna work. I want like this. These are in 3D. These look like they're in 3D. These all sound the same. All the halftime music sounds the exact same from Suno. It's too bad. Let's see what Neurofunk drum and bass sounds like next. Alright, so we're trying to get the auto updater to work on the game launcher so that if a new version gets pushed for me deploying here, it'll pick it up. But it's not doing that yet. So we got to install version 17. Okay, this is version 17 for sure. We're trying to find a grass texture. That's the star pattern cross billboard technique. 3 quads rotated 60 degrees apart around a vertical axis, forming a star shape when viewed from above. Used in Zelda Breath of the Wild, Genshin, Valheim, most Unity, Unreal foliage. The reason it works so. At least 2 out of the 3 quads are visible at a non-degenerate angle, so you never see the grass disappear edge-like on a single billboard. 6 triangles per grass patch. No geometry shader needed. Volume illusion. Reads as a clump of grass rather than a flat card. Simple instancing. Current grass alpha. All right. Well, it was fun listening to Suno's take on Halftime. Let's listen to Suno's take on Neurofunk real quick. 174 BPM is what I asked for. That's pretty cool. All right, this is Suno's take on Neurofunk. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Modeling simple grass blade shapes in Blender, optimizing with low poly geometry, and using vertex painting for wind animation key techniques. Yeah, I don't fucking care. Like, what the hell? Oh my god. Can somebody please just show me, like, what the image looks like? Oh my god. Like this. This is what we need, right? This is from openart.org. Boom. Usable. They're in public domain, CC 0. CC 0 license. Without asking for permission or providing attribution. Excellent. Yo, what's up? Hey, I slop. All right, dude. We're learning about terrain skirts versus vertex, snapping versus Unreal's edge stitching technique for different LOD terrain chunks. What the different compute costs are for them. Trying to understand branch versus branchless shaders. Suno's take on neurofunk drum and bass is pretty okay. We're gonna get off the crazy music. I was just trying to see what Suno could do with neurofunk. Let's try this one. I told it to give this one a proper outro and make it 2 to 2.5 minutes long, but it still made it 4 minutes long. We might transition to some chiller music in a moment, you guys. It's getting late. All right, we're building an entire foliage system now on the engine. This agent over here, he just got he just got our world map working now, where we can jump around our continent with this world map in the editor here, for editing the world. We added, this guy managed to successfully add the skirt system. This guy over here, the foliage is going to be crazy. It's going to make this way better. We added a camera fly speed property, but unlike Unreal, I make the fly speed only show up when you hold right click. Because it's like, it's not something I need to fucking see all the time while I'm in the scene view doing editing. So we got our camera speed multiplier with the mouse wheel. We got some like Z fighting here or something where the ocean shader hits. We need to add the Unreal functionality to be able to right click in the scene and do play from here. Let me plan that out. Oh, we're going to do this shader also for the collision volumes like the core engine did. Keep combining the pieces that I like the most from Unity, Unreal, and Core. Okay, ocean jittering. So we got to add a better collision volume system. We need a whole collision profile system as well. Similar to Unreal, where it lets us set up a matrix. What's allowed to collide with what? And which things are querying physics versus hit tests like only or whatever. What's the other thing you said? Oh, I want to add the right click play from here. Right click play from Hear functionality from Unreal Engine. We need to add that. Okay. I'm done with the crazy ass music, you guys. We'll go to something a little chiller. Where's the lo-fi beats that I generated earlier? We're gonna go to the chill beat stuff. All right, guys. We've been here for 7 hours. It is 2 a.m. my time. I was up till 6 last night. So we're going to chill out for a little bit. I'm going to try to probably, in like 1 or 2 hours from now, I'm going to go to sleep. So we're going to change gears. We're going to get off all the cracked out hype music. We're still listening to like just a bunch of music that I'm generating on Suno because I am multi-streaming on YouTube today, which I don't do. I usually stream only on like Twitch and Kick, and now X. I'll multi-stream on X also during the week, because then I can actually listen to real music and not worry about getting copyright struck. So, boom! Oh, I just got off the crazy music. Boom! Yo, what's up? Dude, I went crazy. I have so many Suno credits from just one $10 sub. And like I just said, I'm streaming on YouTube, so I was like, we're going to listen to all Suno all day so we don't get copyright struck. And I started going down the rabbit hole of trying to make that genre that you were playing on the stream the other day, like asking for like anime vocals in like different languages. But I asked it for combining, instead of electro, I asked it to try to combine experimental trance, IDM, and halftime, and put vocals in Chinese, Korean, and Japanese. And then I also experimented with telling it to give it vocals in the prompt, but then checking on the instrumental force to make it like fight against itself to see what I would get. We got some interesting stuff. I'll have to show you. All right, we'll go back to the crazy music, you guys, and then we'll chill out. I got to show Boom some of our anime girl glitchy experimental IDM halftime trance infused. Add the vocals, but don't do vocals. You'd go crazy. It literally just pay $10, and I got so many credits for $10. I did the math. It's like 300 songs or something like that, or more. Like I literally am just like, oh, let's try this genre, and then I just go boo, and I just spam the create button. And I'm not even. You get 3,000 credits. I maybe have gone through 500. Yeah, so this is asking it to mix trance with halftime and IDM and anime female vocals. And it does the halftime for a little bit, and I told it between 80 or 70 and 85 BPM. So I tried to give it some really weird BPMs that trance shouldn't be in. You know what I mean? That's more in the halftime IDM range. And it couldn't help itself. Like, it could do halftime for, like, the breakdowns, like, a little bit. And then it's like, nope, time to go to trance. But then because it's at 78 BPM, it's at, like, 154 for the trance part here. It's so cracked out. It's awesome. You know? This guy's making our foliage system. So we got terrain stuff going on with different LODs. We got the launcher happening. We're testing if auto updating works on the launcher. I had to set up a whole bunch of shit this week. Oh my god. I was on the phone with the IRS for 2 hours on Friday just to get a form that I needed to be able to accept payments on Stripe for the launcher. Like, this whole thing's just been crazy. AI is doing all the programming, but you still have to do a whole bunch of BS to sell stuff on the internet. It's so good, isn't it? It's working today. Oh, boom. This song's 8 fucking minutes long. That's the other thing with Suno. By default, it makes all the music. It'll make a lot of songs that are 8 minutes long. And you have to, like, I'm starting to learn, like, you have to explicitly ask it, like, 2 to 3 minute tracks, and it'll still make 3.5 minute tracks, but it's way better than getting 8 minute long tunes that go on forever. Spin, spin, spinny, spin, spin, and now do the floppas, and it made a funny... Oh, that's awesome. I can only imagine. The vaguer you are sometimes, the more exciting the results are that you get out of the AI. Like, I got this crazy shit, and I wasn't going for anything specific at all. I put in a very vague prompt and just used the style creator. What was it singing about? Check this out. This one was the only one with good sound. She's jamming. She's jamming out to the tunes. Oh my god. Insane. Insane. All right, let's keep going. I had a playlist of the better ones. The lyrics was just spin, 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 spinny, spin, spin, now do the floppas, now do the floppas, now do the floppas. That's amazing. That's amazing. This guy's just cooking up a foliage system right now. Let's see if we can find some of these other anime tunes with the, Oh, this one's a little different. It it didn't just go into like cracked out double time trance. No, there it goes. It couldn't help itself. Oh, boom. I actually was gonna message you. I need your help. I don't know what we can do about this. I basically, I need the project file for Noli. I don't know if I got the Blender project file from you for Noli. I think I only got the Trickery Blender file because I have him rendering in this. I have him rendering in the launcher now. He's on the homepage here in the launcher. But for this to work in 3JS, which is the library that lets us have the 3D and like a little desktop app here like this with the parallax and stuff, he has to be exported as GLTF or something. So I exported the old Noli out into GLTF, and his materials are all set up weird. They're all like differently multicolored so that Unreal would recognize each one as a different material slot. And like I could change that. I can change the color in the Blender project and re-export them. But yeah, I need the version that you made with the modeling detail on the tufts and stuff to re-export it as GLTF, GLB, whatever the heck it is. It's basically an open source format, so the AI is good at like reading it. And 3JS is designed to be integrated. 3JS is not integrated with any other 3D format, I don't think. I can find it, I hope. Oh my god, I hope you can find it. Oh, this is Blender 4.5. I need to open up 3.6. Oh. Yeah, so here's the OG Noli. I had to go in and export this one, GLTF 2.0. GLTF. This is what I had to export for it to be usable on the launcher. It's on another hard drive because people always message me like a year later. Oh, yeah, I need the thing for the thing. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I hope you fixed it or kept it. I'm glad you found it. Yeah, if you just give me the file, like, you don't have to help me with anything else. I'll just literally open it up in Blender 4.5. I think it was what you were making them in. And I'll just hit the re-export button to GLTF. Backups and commissions. Oh, nice. I want to set up a nice NAS box one day for everything. In a waterproof case, secure. All right, guys. We planned a foliage system with Claude over here. We planned a foliage system here. I gave it a reference screenshot from stuff I did in Unreal. Asked for a whole bunch of things. We found a CC0, totally public domain, grass card. And we just told it to build it, and it also has wind and shit. Let's see how busted it is on the first pass. Oh yeah, that doesn't look right at all. That doesn't look like grass at all. The wind is working. Yeah. I'm just gonna screenshot this and tell the attempted to bind invalid. Here you go. This ought to help. I'm gonna screenshot this and just tell our AI dot. Let's see what we do. Yo, you know what's crazy earlier? This guy, we were having it built a LOD system for the terrain chunks. So the one you're standing on is at a higher LOD because like cliffs and ridges and stuff had like crazy aliasing. And it's a top tier. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Look, here it goes. 2 issues visible. Texture loading failed. Attempted bind. Black quads because there's no texture. Here it goes. But earlier we were having hitching when in the terrain streaming after I added an LOD system to the terrain. So I literally had it build. I screenshotted the frame profiler from Unreal and the frame profiler from Core, and I told it like build your own frame profiler, build a whole GUI for it, but then also make sure that you have command line commands so that you yourself can run and record the profiler and run the engine. And I was like, and then once you have that set up, start the engine up, fly around with the camera yourself, record a profile of the frame rate and the hitching, close it down, read the profile, and figure out how to optimize and multi-thread all the terrain streaming. And it did all that. Oh my god, it's insane. You can make some nonsense. Unreal right now is part of why I'm making an engine from scratch with AI is because all the current engines, you have to bridge them with the AI with an MCP server and stuff, and it's a little bit slow and clunky right now. I think the way people are getting the most juice out of Unreal is through the Python API. Like basically Unreal has actually already exposed controlling the editor remotely, like almost all of it through Python. And they had to do that for film studios, I'm pretty sure. So that's how people are getting the AI to communicate with Unreal right now, is through the Python API with Unreal. But let's find some of the anime girl glitchy trance stuff that has actual vocals. I think it was before this, because some of them are really good. want to find some of the highlights. That is pretty cool. Oh, that little... I used another one of the no vocal ones. It's just vocal chops. Anyways, let's see if our foliage is fixed now. Yeah, so that's part of why I was making my own engine, is because the engine's designed to be integrated and fully pilotable by the AI, like from scratch, from the ground up. So it can, like I've been telling it as we go, like, you know, add CLI commands in here so you can directly control XYZ in the editor. Looks cool. All right, let's tell it. Reduce the speed of the wind by an intensity of the wind. Right. Oh, here we go. We can be really futuristic. You ready? Reduce the speed and the intensity of the wind by 70%. Increase the density of the grass a lot. Try 5x. Increase the height of it by 3 times. And add some patterning to the patching so it doesn't look just like a grid. It follows some kind of clumping. There we go. Increase spiders? Tell it to add... Okay, I need a model of some spiders. We'll get it to replace the enemy stickman with spiders. Alright, let's check this guy. The website deploy failed. Drop the logs in. The website deploy failed. Figure it out. There we go. Yeah, the main Unreal, the biggest like paid for Unreal AI integration right now is Aura that I've seen. The people that made Zenith VR, the like VR MMO, they bought these people and they're busy this Aura. Check this out if you want to see some shenanigans. But they're charging $40 a month right now. And really all of it's just like a wrapper around freaking Claude Code. Or some kind of doing C++? Probably. I actually think right now, if you were going to try to AI vibe code a video game in Unreal, I think going 100% pure C++ is actually a good approach. If you're trying to never look at the code and have the AI do all the coding for a video game, not for like, you know, your visual production project. But yeah, if I was going to make a game in Unreal these days, I would do pure C++, just so the AI can do all the coding. Okay, I'm trying to find the ones that actually have some vocals. They all sound... very similar because the AI just loves those little sine wave pluck arpeggios. Like that. It just fucking loves them. Does this one have the vocals? This one's in Chinese. Okay. Build failed because AWS4 fetch is in the website's package.json was out in the previous would never install. Let me add it. Push to both main and release. Cool file, just pick it up and build now. All right, let's check our website deployment. This one failed. This guy has access to our code base for both the website and the launcher because there's a constant tweaking that's having to happen between the launcher and the website for detecting if it needs to auto update. So we're trying to get auto updates fully working on the launcher first, where as soon as you open it up, there's a new update. It comes up with a button that says install and restart, you know, like Battle.net or Riot's launcher or like Star Citizen's launcher. Once we have the auto updating working, then the final piece of the puzzle, because we have the purchasing working. This is already tested and working. The final piece is the actual downloading of the games, which it put the code in place for it, but I'm sure it's not going to work on first try. But the actual downloading and updating of the games that you have in your library and the software is the final piece of the launcher here that I'm going to finish up this week. And we're going to compile, you know, no matter how shitty the game engine game is right now, we're still going to compile it, and we're going to start pushing it and start trying to push incremental updates to the website, like automatically, and get all of my CI/CD stuff set up so that, like, you know, I jam a bunch of changes to the launcher, and then I just do /deploy over here, and then boom, like everybody that has the launcher installed gets an update in like within 30 minutes from me just saying deploy from my Claude terminal. And then over here, I want to be able to jam on the game engine in the game, you know, and do the same thing, like have like one command is like /deploy, and then like it packages the whole game, merges it into a release branch, and then all this stuff on GitHub and shit like automatically picks up on all of that, and it uploads the new build to Cloudflare, and it pushes, and then everybody that has it installed in their launcher, they start getting an update. You know what I mean? Like, I want that whole process to all be automated. All right, that's a lot of bouncy, glitchy, whatever shit. Let's go find some of the ones with vocals. I think these first 6 ones I did were too much, if I remember correctly. I think these were ridiculous. Yeah. Let's just see. God, it loves those little running licks.
잠 오는 새벽 모니터 빛 속
This one's in Korean.
버퍼링 같은 하루 멈춘 프레임 속에 standby 천자유처럼
Supposedly. Sounds like it might still be Japanese, even though I asked it for Korean.
깨진 화면 사이 춤춰 날 다시
That's pretty cool.
천자유적의 신호 심장까지 파고들어 알 수 없는 눈으로 내 불안을 믹스해줘
Alright, new qualified deployment's looking promising. In theory, once this finishes, then version 17 of the launcher here should detect an auto update to version 18. Or at least we'll be able to capture some logs telling us about the auto update. Alright, here's our foliage.
깨진 화면 사이 춤춰 날 다시 부팅해줘 천자유적의 신호
It needs to be wider.
알 수 없는 눈으로 내 불안을 믹스해줘 Reset, reset 이 목소리 looping Reset, regret 섞여버린 feeling 한 번만 더 내 이름을 불러줘 깨지기 직전의 꿈처럼 천자요정의 신호 깜빡이는 나를 불러 깨진 화면 사이 춤춰 Hey, 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 날 다시 부팅해줘 천자요정의 신호 심장까지 파고들어 알 수 없는 눈으로 내 불안을 믹스해줘
Nice. Are these under CC0? Oh, it's under the CC0 collection. Okay, perfect. Let's toss these in.
알람을 세 번 끄고 머리카락 머리핀 웅크러진 채 캔커피 들고 뛰어 헐레벌떡 버스 문 닫히기 직전
I think this one is Chinese.
나는 너의 작은 뻐근 자꾸 마음 안에서
This one's so cutesy. I put the word cute in front of anime girl on the first batch, and it was like too cutesy. I had to rein it in. It's a little extra kawaii.
이어폰은 쪽 꽂고 몰래 보는 너의 앞모습에 심장이 프레임대로 뚝뚝뚝뚝뚝 떨어지는 시간 아까워 早起睁开眼，枕边小猫打客官，手机闹钟乱跳，你在讯息里冒头。还没画好眼线，脑袋已经飞太空，课本翻到最后页就写成你的名。你是我瞳孔里的小宇宙，一眨眼星星跟着走，心跳在胸口，乱跳节奏，像偷偷升高的温度计在发抖。一句晚安就变成流星雨，砸进我粉色的记事簿，偷偷写下，只给你看，这一页心事的咒语。
All right, we're gonna get a tileable grass texture on the ground because I think that's part of what's making the foliage look kind of shitty. Is that I'm like, yes, it's supposed to be PlayStation 2 level graphics, but you know, even the PlayStation 2 didn't just have a flat color on your ground. Let's go look at some screenshots of Kingdom Hearts 2 real quick. That's our North Star for the graphics here on Puppet Masters 2. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Boom. That's exactly what I need to see. Come on. There we go. Look at this. That's exactly what I need to see. Okay. Okay, wonderfully cute. Okay, a little too much. Where's the other ones I had with vocals? All right. Useless screenshot. Tiny. Dude, I loved the health bars and stuff in Kingdom Hearts. Oh my gosh, so good. All right, I'm vocaled out. I'm all vocaled out. That's why I had to switch it over to no vocal, because when you ask it for vocals, it doesn't stop on Suno. It just keeps yapping. The AI loves it. We listened to AI's version of Halftime earlier too. That was interesting, but it all sounds the same also. Like this. This is Suno's version of Halftime. It's not bad. But they all started to sound the same. There's like no textures here. Okay, the website deployed. Let's see if... I doubt this is going to work, but let's see. Nope. No auto update. It's not bad. It's just every halftime song I generated sounded exactly like this. Like same rhythms and like number of layers and stuff, but it's pretty sick. Cool. All right. Well, that's what Suno does if you ask it for halftime. Yeah, it's like the same texture on all the basses. That one's a little different, at least. Suno. Woo! Let's check the texture to see if it's tiled. Oh no. No, we didn't want all the rocks to be fucking cobblestone. Oh my god, the ground looks bright. We made some progress though. This is looking way better than it did when I started today. The best thing about my engine is I took the UI workflow from Core. You can just edit the UI over top of your viewport. You don't have to go to a separate widget. So much better. It's the stupidest thing in Unreal that you have to like work inside of a special widget. And you can't like see how it's actually gonna look in game. So insane. This is way better. Oh no. Where are those textures I just downloaded? Oh my gosh. All right, that was a lot. We also added post-processing volumes today to the game engine in the game. Yeah. We looked at some of the Zig code for fun today, actually, finally. I love this little orange icon for Zig in VS Code. It's pretty freaking cool, actually. I think trance is what's next on the Suno playlist here. We checked out what it could do for neurofunk too. It can do some decent neurofunk. That's a little bit of Tipper vibes. I asked the AI to give me a diagram explaining all the multi-threaded world streaming stuff that we're doing. Holy shit, how many lines is this thing? Dude, how many lines is this project? Okay, this part isn't bad, actually. I can't believe I haven't looked at any of this code. I don't know what any of it does at all. I haven't done a single lick of this. Holy crap. What a time to be alive. What the... Wow. Oh man, the undo history is getting a little beefy. I think at some point, if I hit like a wall with the engine, from the AI, there's something it can't fix, which so far I don't think there's anything it can't fix. If it can do stuff as complicated as a different LOD terrain system and terrain skirts and like building a whole undo history and all this stuff, like I don't think there's anything it can't fix. If I just give it the right tools to test stuff on its own. Okay. That was Suno halftime. What's next? I think Suno trance. Suno instrumental trance. Let's go to Suno neurofunk. Suno neurofunk. Let's see if we can read the diagram I asked the AI to make for me, the dumb human, to understand multi-threaded world streaming. Damn, dude. Suno kind of crushes it on the Neurofunk. Let's make 3 more batches. Boom. 6 more Neurofunk songs. Oh shit. I asked it to make random roads across the whole continent. For me to follow. It's pretty sick that it did that. Look, oh my god, it just drew a bunch of random roads everywhere. Holy shit. The grass is looking way better, dude. Oh my gosh. We need to swap the sand and the dirt textures. As you can see, the cliff side here is the sand instead. The grass texture is still way too bright lime green. Please tone it down a lot in brightness and make it more blue-green. Also, in this next image, you can see there's still some patches where the grass isn't showing. And at a really far distance, we need to figure out some way to flatten terrain chunks into some kind of billboards or something so we don't see the ocean. Don't implement that part yet. Talk to me about it first and tell me what ideas you have. And I have a script from a YouTube video for you to read on some ideas for that. All right, we made 6 more neurofunk instrumental tunes between 170 and 174 BPM. I try to tell it very diverse and unusual basses and structures because it's always doing the same fucking like sounds and stuff. Let's see if we can get Suno to get a little more creative. Let's see if we can instruct it on how to break out of its training. Like, it's really fun to discover each subgenre of electronic music with Suno for the first time with each model that they come out with. But then you start to realize, like, oh, this sounds like that model doing that genre over and over again. It's not bad though. It's great for being able to stream on YouTube, you know. All right, I'm consulting with the AI right now about how we should fix the problem of the far distances just showing us the ocean plane instead of the continent. Okay, this guy is sending. He's updating to version 1.2. That is here. It's going to take 20. It takes 30 minutes to deploy, or 20 minutes to deploy a new version of the game launcher. So while that all that's running, we have some more educational material to review, courtesy of the AI. We've got over here we were asking about shader complex branchless versus branch shaders, and it's telling me what the trade-offs are between branch and branchless shaders. With this interactive diagram I asked it to make, we're going to try to understand this a little bit, and then I also asked it to make me a diagram in the source code about how it's doing the multi-threading for the world streaming. So I'm going to do some reading while we let this guy cook. And while the build cooks for the new launcher version. Let's see what I got out of this. Holy, what the heck? Okay, so this prompt, I asked Suno for a main base that has been heavily all passed, like it has the disperser plugin applied to it a lot. I don't know if it can distinguish the word all passed, but an all pass filter makes things sound kind of rubbery. So let's see what it does. I want to make a little video short out of these guys. They turned out so sick, dude. This is crazy, dude. I'm just gonna huck these up on my story tonight on Instagram because they're cool. I'm not even gonna post them. They were total accidents. Insane. This is crazy. All right, what song should we put in the background for this? One of these Suno Neurofunk songs? That one was pretty sick. Let me scrub through these. I'm gonna find one of these songs to put in the background for this video. I'm gonna toss on my Instagram story. Oh, this one. All right, we'll go with this one. Let's try this. Let's try this piece here. I'm looking at how it's timing with this. I'm gonna just huck this onto my Instagram story. Oh, it's got a long build-up thing here. Let's see if this is better. Let's go back like this. I like the other cut that I had. I like this more. Effect controls. Yeah. We need the volume level. Yeah. This looks insane, dude. I love it. It's all accidental. Like, I didn't mean to generate any of these images. I didn't mean to at all. All right, this turned out pretty good. I can mute Premiere and we can go back to listening to music as while I export this and toss it on my phone and my Instagram story. Dude, are you guys tired of the Suno Neurofunk drum and bass yet? It's not bad. It's like a vibe I can live in. All right, I just posted that. I don't know why. I just thought all those video clips are too cool. I really wanted to post them. All right, here's the far distance terrain plan based on our discussion in the N64 problem. Beyond the loaded streaming chunks, 200 meters, the player sees raw ocean breaking the illusion of a large continent. Solution: low poly continent mesh dual pass inspired by the N64 technique. Generate a single low poly mesh covering the entire continent at very coarse resolution, one vertex every 16 to 32 meters instead of every 1 meter. This is cheap. A 22,048 meter continent at 16 meter resolution is only 128 by 128, 16,000 vertices. Color it with baked vertex colors sampled from the same procedural terrain generation: grass green, dirt brown, sand tan, rock gray. No textures needed at that distance. Draw it first, back layer, before the detailed streaming chunks. The near chunks render on top and naturally occlude the low poly mesh underneath. No special blending needed, just Z buffer does the work. Atmospheric fog gradient fades the far mesh into the sky horizon color at the edges, so you never see a hard border. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. This matches what the N64 video showed. The far layer doesn't need to look good, it just needs to not be an ocean. Yes, exactly, AI. Height data comes from the same continent height function already used by terrain generation, so the silhouette matches perfectly where near meets far. Key properties: single static mesh generated once at world init, no streaming overhead. 16K verts, one draw call, no texture, nearly free to render. Vertex colors giving up visual information at distance, fog hides transition, no change needed to exist streams needed. Implementation would be new file, farterrain.zig, mesh generation plus draw, simple shader. Yeah, go ahead and do that shit. Yeah, build that shit. They're gonna... They're gonna censor me with the Microsoft Windows voice recording? Oh, it's ridiculous. It's already 4 a.m. Alright guys, let's check and see. Okay, this is done. Let's see if our game launcher comes up with an auto update. No fucking auto update. No surprise though. All right, it's creating the far terrain. So we plugged in literally the script from that YouTube video that one guy just posted recently of making an open world render on a Nintendo 64. The AI was already heading down that path of wanting to make a very, very low poly version of the entire continent so that we always see something in the distance. But I think the screenshots help cement it in its mind of what we should do. Finally, we're making some headway on the auto update functionality of the launcher. Ugh. All right. That's weird. Huh. Yo, King, yes. Revive everything. Reviving everything, dude. We're making images sometimes when I feel like it. We're making videos because I have a bunch of video credits to burn. But mainly we're building the game engine. It's just the game engine task, like what it's doing right now, with making a super low poly version of the entire open world continent, so that we see something way off in the future, or the future, way off in the distance instead of the ocean plane. It's just cooking on that, you know? So it's just, the engine always takes a while to cook. And the other thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the auto update detection working for the game launcher. So as soon as you open the launcher, if it has a new version, it'll auto update. And both of those take like super fucking long for like each step, you know? So we're vibing and jamming while we wait for, mostly like for the website thing. I have to wait for the website to redeploy, and then I have to wait for new versions of the launcher to be deployed. Like, this process is super slow. What am I using? Claude Code. Here's the engine so far. The low poly one is showing over top. Yeah, and I'm combining all my favorite pieces of Unreal Engine, Unity, and Core, which was a UGC platform that was made from Unreal 4. I'm combining all my favorite pieces of all those game engines, like being able to edit UI over top of the viewport. Calling groups of things prefabs like Unity instead of blueprints like Unreal. Editing the UI is like right here as a separate hierarchy from the actual 3D object hierarchy. We got a day-night cycle. We got skybox. Today we started getting roads and foliage put in. Yeah, the game engine's written in Zig. So it's all Claude code, 100% vibe coded. Today is the first, I've been making it for a week, and today is the first time that I've actually looked at some of the code that it wrote. Crazy. I said to make me a diagram so me the dummy human can understand how it set up multi-threading for the world streaming. I like the neurofunk that we're getting out of Suno. Let's print 6 more tracks. Where did I just put that video that I made? Gosh, it gets so dark in here. Alright, I just posted this. I posted it in a square format for X. This turned out pretty sick today. Oh, sick. I don't know. I love how this turned out. It's so good. Dude, he's so awesome looking. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, guys, let me switch up the vibes a little bit. Let's go to like maybe the progressive trance. We did just generate another 8 Neurofunk songs. The classic Suno vocal runs. Just fucking loves it so much. Okay, Coolify deployed. Let's open this up. Oh my god! Woo! All right, first time. First time, you guys. Look at this. Boom. App update available. Install and restart. Look at that. Wow, that was like 3 days of work to get to that point. Woo! We're on version 20. Look at that, dude. We got auto updating working on the fucking launcher now. Oh my god, that's sick, dude. Yo, it took like 2 days just to get the login to work. Then it took like 2 days just to get the payment system to work. Then it took 3 days to get the auto update to work. And it's having to work on both the website side and the launcher side simultaneously back and forth. So sick, dude. All right, looking better. This is our game, you guys. This is our custom engine. Look at this. Where's our frame rate at? I want to see that frame rate, dude. Oh, we have our profiler. We can record. Performance. Here we go. Is it capped at 60 FPS?
Stars with you. I wonder what to do is about. We're waiting for the beat, no. Standing in the doorway. When my heart runs out, a slow burn inside. I know where to hide. The world stands still, moving when I was in stone. I open what the darkest gold. The waiting in the dust don't fall. I'm breathing in the stars alone. I don't want to go.
All right, I just asked if it could uncap the frame rate in the engine, because it has this at 60 FPS, man, and I'm on a 4090. The whole point of making this low, dude, why does the dirt texture look like Frankenstein stitches? What's up with that? There we go. The sand is much better. Hell yeah, dude. Look at this. Oh my god. We fixed the far distance terrain. There's no ocean in the distance anymore. There's a super low res version of the terrain. Look at that. Woo! Oh. I don't know what happened to the music. Next, let's add a weather system. How about that? We gotta hit all the basics. We gotta do all the hard stuff. All the stuff that was gonna take a year to do in Eldegard, we're gonna do it in 1 day. Let's ask it to make the grass move when I walk over it. Dude, we fixed the fucking terrain issues today. This is insane. I'm actually in a giant open world. Now we need like a character that doesn't look like garbage. I'm on the $200 sub, but I'm actually, I don't know if I'm going to get that much. I really binged a lot of stuff last week, and I only hit like 70% usage last week. I think once like the bulk of my software projects are done and they're kind of in maintenance mode, I'm going to drop down from the $200 sub. Use the credit in Claude AI, Claude Code, Claude S third party. When it runs out, you can add more extra usage to keep going past your plan limits. Expires April 17th. Sure. Can I use that on the API, bro? There's no way I'm going to hit the extra usage. I'm building an entire video game engine, a game launcher, a website, an account system, an e-commerce system, a stream clipper software, a drum plugin, and I still can't hit the limit. There's no way this is going to get used. That's a joke. That's silly. Dude, it's ridiculous. You get so much for $200. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. Well, all right. Our open world looks amazing now. It looks bad artistically, right? Like from an art standpoint, it needs to be way better. But the building blocks are there, you know what I mean? Like I know how to. Ew. Why does this look like Rose? Oh, that's just RNG. It doesn't all look like that. We can probably fix this. I can probably place them at a more noisy placement. Push everything to main. I might go to sleep soon. Actually, I might go to sleep very soon here. Are we still live on YouTube? We were listening to music generated with Suno the entire night tonight, so that I could have music in the background while freely streaming on YouTube. Yes, we're still live on YouTube. Hell yeah, dude. This one's pretty good. Oh, right. Let's see what the FPS is now. Oh, and let's see if we can drag on the world map. Yeah, look at this. Ooh. We got a world map, just like World Partition. You can review it? You want me to visit it? Yeah, I'll look for just for a minute. I'll give you some feedback, and then I'm gonna go to sleep after I look at your website and after this last little change here. Huge steps. I'm gonna add a whole weather system tomorrow. We're gonna do that. We're gonna add a whole weather system with rain and clouds that build up. So I'm gonna do tomorrow. Um, as a I can't pronounce your whole name. As a Duzaman, as a Duzaman, Pavel. I can say Pavel. Yo, I love the pixel RGB shader like panning through. Hang on, let me find a song that doesn't have freaking vocals so I can talk. Hang on. Here we go. All right, much better. All right, this is the end of the stream. This is the end of the stream. We're gonna listen to chill music. We're gonna review your website here. The RGB shader rolling through, and then the fact's got this like pixelated staircasing, just like the letters, and matching that style looks really cool. Like it in between each shade. I like that a lot, man. I build back in for web. All right, dude. Assad. Pavel. That's a good tagline, bro. There's some good self-marketing there. I like that. Is a metric, not a crisis. Go and Node.js servers to handle millions of requests. I like that you say you tend to stick with what's proven. I don't know about this call out here of like, I'm not 100% sure why everyone's still chasing the new meta framework. I think it's good, but I don't know. This stood out to me as like kind of unnecessary a little bit. Dude, I personally have not coded React. I have an app right now in React, but I haven't looked at any of the code. But I've personally coded a bunch of Svelte stuff, man. I love Svelte and TypeScript. Svelte looks so nice. It's so easy to read. Reliable APIs. I design REST and gRPC patterns to make life easier to use. Nice. I've never messed with Terraform before. I have messed with Kubernetes. I don't know what GCP is. This is pretty good, man. London, Singapore, New York, and Australia. Along the way, I've led engineering teams focused on pair programming, clear technical paths. Nice. Integrated 150 plus crypto exchanges for a global market data platform, building the high throughput engine needed to aggregate real-time price and volume data. That's pretty sick, dude. That's pretty awesome. Reduce system downtime by 60% by gutting noise in the monitoring. I learned that if every alert is critical, nothing is. Yep. Got to keep the logs clean. Founded a bootstrap startup that turned a $500K profit, learning more about ROA and good enough code there than in any corporate role. It's pretty true. It's pretty true, man. When you do the startup thing, you're like in your full stack. Google Cloud, okay, it's the Google equivalent of AWS. Interesting. Shipped video on demand streaming and voting systems for organizations like streaming carriers. Where reliability was an option. That's good. Elegant. Somebody was just telling me today I need to put the word elegant in like every single prompt with AI to get it to write good code. Dude, yeah. Website seems awesome, man. It seems to the point. It's a good like career page like website for back-end web development and making stuff that's stable and scalable. Blog. I like your color scheme, dude. It's a good one. You got a lot of stuff on here. Multi-agent orchestration, go. Looks good, man. Factorio mod. Nice. Dude, I love that with... did you vibe code some of this? Like, I love that with vibe coding now for like a web page, for personal web pages and stuff. I feel like we're going to go through some new era where everybody has their own cool blog that's styled in a way that they personally like. You know what I mean? Just like the late 90s and the early 2000s. That's what I was trying to go for with my website when I started on it like 2 years ago, is to make it feel like some weird underground thing you stumbled on in the 2000s. And now I feel like we're going to have a wave of that because of the AI stuff. We're like, there's going to be all these cool like corners on the internet again where it's like, oh, there's a lot of good information on this guy's blog and this guy's blog. And I feel like the monopoly of like, I don't know, man. I just feel like there's going to be all these cool new corners of the internet now. Like, I was reading through the blog post of the guy that wrote OpenClaw on his site about multi-agent stuff. I know, it's cool. And like the same way, like I'm able to build a game launcher with 100 hours of work is what it's going to end up taking. And I don't need Steam anymore. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's just gonna be able to just have their own game launcher and not need Steam. You'll still need it, but it's not gonna be as important. And same with like everybody can have their own blog and stuff, and we can have some kind of network, some kind of explorer for blogs. You know what I mean? Like, we need some kind of map for blogs. And not just like social media giants anymore. Can you check article quality? Sure, I'll look at it in just a minute here. I just wanted to look at your headlines real quick before I pick one. 100 plus Nix OS modules. I don't know what Nix OS is, so I wouldn't. Playing SvelteKit to Cloudflare workers for free. Huh, I don't know what Cloudflare Workers is. I only have the free tier set up. AI built apps are breaking businesses. I just wrote that 2 days ago. Test containers are wrong. Your first custom mechanical keyboard? I just did that 2 years ago. I mean, look at that. Nice. All these work. Oh, you did the whole base building. I bought a base that was already made. Yeah, dude, the layout looks really good. And it looks like it would be really good on mobile too because it's laid out vertically. So it seems like that's probably what you were thinking of first. Let's go up to AI apps are breaking business. A weekend, a few prompts, and a product is live. No developer hired, no budget spent, no waiting. Yep. Unencrypted, unprotected, unmaintainable by anyone, crashes under real load. Structure, no dogs. I just had to fix all this stuff on my website. There's probably still some leftover things, but yeah. I've done a bunch of passes for all the API points to get rate limited and some stuff. And the OAuth tokens and the user passwords are all hashed. I don't think there's any hard-coded keys, but I should probably ask Claude to do a pass on the hard-coded keys specifically. What it doesn't tell you, children. I've got everything set up with environment variables, but it is totally possible that the AI still hard-coded some keys in. We got a dashboard with Coolify. Cool, man. That looks good. Looks sick, dude. I think your article's right. I think that's the future that we're going towards is you're going to have hopefully a lot of consultant work on your hands if you don't already right now. It sounds like you already do. Like I was already thinking about like I need to get my lawyer to read the terms of service and privacy policy that the AI just like decided to write. But yeah, if you ask AI these questions, right, it at least covers people more than the people that don't even ask in the first place at all. Like, hey, what are we doing about security? like it's crazy. It can get the whole website and everything running, and then you're like, great, it works. And then if you just ask it the question like, can you look and see what we're doing about any kind of security on the website? And then it goes and does a single check and it tells you like there's literally nothing being done at all. Other than it seems to hash passwords at least in a database by default. Yeah, it's sick, dude. Nice website. Looks super pro. I don't really have any critique. It's very... You've got good like marketing for your own skills and yourself in there, you know? Like, which makes it very professional. It's always, that's the hardest line to like balance, right? You have to like brag about your own skills and stuff enough in resumes and like LinkedIn shit for people to be like, damn, I need to hire this person. They seem like they know what they're talking about. Then you can never go too far. It's like, damn, this person's got a huge ego. I don't want to deal with them. Which, yeah, yours is at the good balance, man. The right spot. All right, you guys, it's 5 a.m. for me. Thank you for chilling. This has been game development. Let me check. It's already set up to auto run. The migration files and drizzle are read and execute on startup, skipping anything that already exists. The migration file uses separate alter table statements. The auto runner splits and statements, so each statement, looking at the migration, each alter table is on its own line and will work fine since the runner splits on statement breakpoint, but also SQLite.exec handles multiple statements in one call, so the migration should just work as is on deploy, no action needed. It'll auto run when cool. That's what I thought. All right, so progress that we achieved today is if I open up the launcher now and if I open up the launcher and I log in, well, even if I just open it up and there's a newer version that I have deployed through GitHub Actions here, it'll detect that there's a new version and the auto update button will pop up. And we can install new updates without having to actually go to the website and download a new version, because you know that'd be terrible. So tomorrow we are going to start on the long, arduous process of getting the games or software that you buy through the launcher to actually be installable on your machine, like a Steam game, where you download it and install it. So yeah, so we're gonna get that working tomorrow, and then we're also gonna get buying the game straight up from the store here to work. I want people to be able to, I don't want to force them to download the launcher to get the game or something. If they just want that one thing and they don't want a launcher that they have to sign into. But it does need to check the website for their entitlements when they launch that program. And then we're going to get our first t-shirt set up tomorrow too on the merch tab. We're going to have a Nully t-shirt. It's going to be the Nuldrums the Nully Classic. What it's going to be. Because I'm going to change the Nuldrums logo in the next couple weeks, so we got to make a shirt with the classic logo while we can. Nully's going to stay the same. I'm going to change the wording or the lettering. Oh, so we're going to get a t-shirt posted up tomorrow. We're going to get the download and install functionality working in the launcher. And then we're going to keep on adding to the game engine. I'm going to add a whole weather system because that's pretty critical. And then we're going to try to tune some of the colors. And then I need to figure out a character model that is not terrible. I don't know what to do yet. I might get a meshy model and rig it, but it just would, the poly count's gonna be way too high. So I don't know what to do. Why don't I just buy something from the Fab store that's not tied to Unreal specifically? Buy something from the Fab store that's not specific to Unreal. We get Valheim, that's WB Perfect. Valheim to me, if I remember correctly, is just a little bit too blocky. Let's see. No. Wow, it's higher fidelity than I thought. Yeah, it's got a little bit of the blocky look on the character here. Not much. Yeah, that's about it, actually. Valheim's it. I think the only thing I don't like is the ground literally being like pixel art. But the character's the right poly count. You're right about that. But I can't rip the characters in Valheim, man. We're trying to find these, like, this is too low poly. That's too low poly. We're going for this. Kingdom Hearts 2 is the North Star for this game in terms of art. Yeah, and not just PS2, but like specifically Kingdom Hearts 2. In terms of like Sora's proportions here and stuff a little bit. The poly count on the characters, the like resolution of the terrain. The lighting hides a lot of that. Oh, word. Yeah, we're going straight up for Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm not going to be able to find what I'm looking for on here. I just got to find something that's good enough so that we can put the whole system to the test. Their podcast is so fucking. She's cool looking. Wait. Ugh, license terms, Unreal Marketplace. I gotta do some digging. I'll do it tomorrow, but whoever it is, they need to have a run and a walk and an idle and a jump. Got a free on an Epic when I was playing around with this stuff. Oh, nice. They have a lot of free stuff on here. Wow, 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 wow. I have to make my own guy, I think, at some point. It's proving to be difficult. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go to sleep for real. See you later. All right. Peace. 5 a.m. Oh, wait. I'll do an outro video. We'll do the outro video I used to always do. Used to always watch the Tsunami Broken Promise. All right, rewatch this, then I'm gonna head out later.
Space. A boy has the right to dream. There are endless possibilities stretched out before him.
Have to trust in your own power.
Whatever happens from now on, you stand firm and face your destiny without fear, but with courage.
What awaits him down the path, he will then have to choose.
No one's gonna give you a map. You've got to walk your own path.
The children leave their homes in search of this quest.
What is thy desire?
As they search, they are always asking questions. What's out there? What's waiting for me?
Why was I made? Who made me? And what did they make me for?
Are you gonna go up into space with your old man or not?
Maybe I'll never get over this. I've lived my life following my dreams, and I don't have any regrets.
You're gonna just keep running away?
Just keep running away? I'm not running.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Believe in yourself and create your own destiny. Don't fear failure.